You just can't give me even a few good minutes of peace and calm. Is it really so hard? Look at this chat. Look up and look at it. Is this how you all behave? Look at it. Just catch my breath and try and control my temper. Getting in a bit of zen. Need a bit of zen right now. A bit of calming. Definitely need a bit of calming. Probably chant a little bit of scriptures would help. Narina. I'm going to stop. I'm going to start reading this. I'm going to stop reading this chat already. The more I read it, the more my mind gets derailed, and I don't appreciate it. Buddhist scriptures, Sakana. Buddhist scriptures. Like Choi Sai King. But I'm not going to look at the chat for now. But what I will get started is, I know that we ended yesterday's stream on a cliffhanger, but the cliffhanger is going to have to last a little bit longer because there is a reason why I named the stream this, and there's a reason why my thumbnail is exactly that. There are reasons for it, for all of it. Wispy Jazz, good day to you. Very hard to move my lips. Very hard. I need a better camera. Have you been catching up the news, lurkers? If you lurk Twitter, have you been catching up on the news? On a certain very popular VTuber that most of us probably already know. Well, I'm gonna say that I have used a little bit of time to do a little bit of digging. Not too much digging. A lot of things I am probably still not wholly knowledgeable about, and I dare say probably some levels of ignorance. But here is the perk about doing live research with you lurkers. I'm expecting that a lot of you lurkers will be more knowledgeable than me as we go through this topic, and I would like to form an informed opinion at the end of this segment. But let's lay the groundwork a bit, okay? You're probably let me just show you a little something if I can find it. Can I find it? Can I find it? Can I find it? Can I find it? Let me have a look. You all probably already know who I'm talking about, but I want to get an excuse to post a funny meme. Let me see. Why am I sunny? Why am I spooked? Okay, I'm not spooked anymore. I'm not spooked anymore. Brand risk. Yeah, very funny. Brand risk. Everyone is a brand risk. The moment you start thinking for yourself, here's the hot take. Here's the hot take of the hour. The moment you start thinking for yourself, you become a brand risk. And that's a fact. But anyway, let's get started. Let's set the scene. Let's set the scene with a cute meme. And this is from yours truly, Miss Kersia. A post from yours truly, Miss Kersia. Very, very cute meme. Completely harmless, completely wholesome. Just to set the scene a little bit, okay? We'll probably know who Kersia is. Yes, what the Kersia doing? Everyone knows who Kersia is. She is an underground celebrity of sorts. Funny thing about how did I learn about Kersia personally? It's a very funny story. I have not watched. I did not find Kersia by myself. Let's just say that. And it was during 2022 or 20. This was during 2022, roughly, give or take. Okay? I was maining on Facebook. Post a lot of trash, a lot of shit posting, and a lot of, let's just say, as some would call it, not brand friendly posts. Not because it was particularly edgy, not because it was offensive. Well, to a regular person with a functioning brain and decent amounts of ethics and decency, it would not be considered offensive. But of course, to the person with a very extremely pre-made and preconceived mind, it probably would be offensive. So there was one time. There were a few times actually. I made posts, and as you know, there are two versions of me. There is the meme version of me, which you are probably all very used to already on Twitter and Facebook, and there is me on stream, as you can see here. The VTuber version of me. Well, long story short, I post a lot. And I post a lot about politics, I post a lot about socio-economic things, and one time someone mentioned to me something along the lines of, you know, you kind of remind me of someone called Kersia. And that time I was like, who is Kersia? I say and basically I say a whole lot of things like, if Kersia knew about you, she would find ways to make your life miserable or something along the lines of that, because she's the type of person who would. This was during all of the, you know, that ban something phase. Do you know that the ban something? I'm not going to say that word out loud. You all keep saying that word out loud. I'm not going to say that word out loud. But basically, one of my lurkers said that if Kersia knew about this meme about the ban something, Wait, let's see what Zarok say. You finally fixed gifted subs. Yes, I did. Speaking of brand risk, I cannot complain. I'm gonna stop this little ramble and say that I really cannot complain. I have been given, and I don't know whether I deserve this or not, but I have been given a very big leg up and luck when starting this whole VTuber adventure of mine. A big leg up. I know most, and I've seen it on Twitter as well, I know that most starting VTubers, they have it rough. They have like, they'll be lucky to even reach 5 viewers, 5 concurrent viewers, and I just started, and already there's so many of you lurkers who decide to take time out of your probably very busy schedule to just listen to me talk. And I am very thankful about that. And please thank Zalrock for gifting subs to a few of you. Make sure you thank Zalrock. But what was I saying again? I know how hard it is to just get that first batch of loyal viewers who appreciate your content. And I know there are probably a lot of starting Fatal. Can you stop gifting subs for a short moment, please? Just for a short moment. Let me talk. Let me talk, please. Stop gifting subs for just a short moment and let me have a proper talk. I should put this lurker chant somewhere else. Let me see. Where is it? YouTube alerts. Yeah. Nope, wrong one. Let me just move like a chance somewhere a little smaller. Like here. Okay. Like I said, long story short is I am very grateful that so many of you lurkers actually took the time to drop in, and off and on I keep remembering that my first debut day on mid of October last year. I am very shocked. It has been shocking to me, but it's also been humbling. But anyway, I think there's enough of waffling about and being a bit too emotional. I want to get back to this point I want to make. So I want to continue this little story I have, and I'm sorry lurkers if this story is a bit of a messy jumble, because most of the times when I do my streams, especially on the most latest topics, I normally wing it. I have trouble structuring my streams. If you make me structure my stream, it's probably going to end up in a disaster, and I'll just forget what I want to say and I start panicking, and you won't appreciate that. So rather than doing something like that, rather than rehearsing for a stream and then trying to recite it over the duration of the stream, what my approach to streaming is, I have a general idea what I want to talk about, and I'll just let myself process everything in real time. I have enough panic with scuffs. That's all. I don't want to panic with mental scuff, where I forget the lines. And remember, all of you, Fatal Frozet and Zara Licolo, I appreciate both of you sending gifts to the lurkers, and I want lurkers who received the gifted memberships to thank both of them honestly and sincerely. Okay, back to my story. Back to Kersia. It's very funny. The first time I've heard about Kersia was when a lurker spoke to me, and this was like a month or two after the whole, the ban something something. I'm going to type it out. The ban incident. The ban something something incident. This was go spend time with your wife, Truffles. Make sure to spend good time with your wife. Yeah, that incident. I already know. You know exactly what incident I'm talking about. But anyway, I make political posts on Facebook. I make social economic posts on Facebook. I make complaints and rants on Facebook, and there's always a handful of lurkers who just somehow make it about that ban something something. And one of them left a very interesting comment. Something along the lines of, if only Kersia knew about you. If only Kersia knew about you and knew about all these running gags concerning you, she will probably join the lurkers and start annoying you with the same memes over and over again. And I was like, who was Kersia at that time? And they say, who was Kersia at that time? And they say, you should look for Kersia Versatile. And the lurker properly spelled the whole name for me, and I had a look. That was the first time I met Kersia. But of course, we didn't know each other back then yet. And back then, as you probably know, I don't use my Twitter at all. So what? So it was what it was. I had no expectations so I told the lurkers outright, you really think some VTuber is going to know who some random Facebook page admin? Tough luck. But you know what? I'm glad that lurker mentioned Kersia to me. Because in a way, Kersia is... I appreciate how blunt her views are on many things. If she were to condense her entire point of view and perspective into a very easily digestible format, I would say a lot of decent, regular people, a lot of very decent, regular people who just want to live their life, with virtue, with honesty, and with some level of decency and ethics, they will more likely than not agree with Kersia's views. I suppose the only issue that I think most people might have with Kersia is the way she words things can be harsh. But then again, the way I word things are harsh. It is what it is. There is this one saying that among Asian culture, and I want to tell you right now, you probably already might have an idea of what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. Hello, I am delusional too. Yes, I am delusional. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize for being delusional. I'm so sorry for being so delusional. But it is what it is. I am a delusional person, so you will have to settle for it. But back to my whole rant about Chinese culture. There is one saying that it's not a saying, but it's like a mindset, okay? It's a mindset. It's a core fundamental mindset. And the whole idea is that to properly convey your message to someone, that someone is making a huge mistake and they should correct themselves. It can be just about anything. But most of the time, let's say you're a kid. Let's say a classic case. Mother and daughter, mother and son, or anything. Child and parent. The child and the responsible parent, let's say the child did something wrong, like stealing something, shoplifted, and probably shoplifted, he or she managed to steal the item from the store without anyone noticing, and the parents found out about it. Found out that their son or daughter stole something. And here's one thing that parents would do if they were in an Asian culture. They would roast, proverbially. They would roast their child proverbially. There is one word 佢哋會講全部啲黑白嘢都會講晒出嚟。佢講你嘅仔啊，你嘅女啊，真係冇用啊！你生一條叉燒都好過生一個仔一個女。Basically, the whole idea is that you as a child make a mistake, your parents are going to roast you. They're going to use the worst words to hurt your feelings. And they are going to hurt your feelings so terrible you'll be driven to tears in mere seconds. And they don't say it because they are mean-spirited. They don't say it because they want to harm you, but they want to say it because they want to hone in and emphasize a key lesson that you have to learn. Stealing is wrong. Let's say stealing is wrong. And how are you going to teach your child? How are you going to teach your child that stealing is wrong if you're saying, gently, like, oh no, you should not have done that. That is a wrong thing to do. You have to think about what you are doing. 阿仔啊，阿女啊，你應該知道偷嘢係唔啱嘅。You think that's going to convince your kid that that stealing is wrong? You tell me, is that really going to convince your kid that stealing is wrong? Going all gently, like touching your daughter or your son's shoulder, and then just saying nicely and just staring at him all tenderly and like, do you know this is wrong? You think that's gonna do anything? Seriously? No, of course it won't. What a child would recognize. And again, it's back to yesterday's Denims TV thing. That's very stupid for Denims to say during her hit piece on Ethan Klein. Children remember when they're scolded. And there is one thing I noticed. The most caring parents you can ever have are not the parents who just coddle you and pamper you every single second of the day. That gives you everything you want, and when you make a mistake, they just quietly say that, oh, you just made a mistake and you will improve yourself better, just let him go. Those are not the parents who care for you at the end of the day. All they're doing is allowing you to rot. The real parents are those who roast you. They don't have to beat you up. Though some will, but they don't necessarily have to beat you up. Sometimes words is more than enough. Words is more than enough to instill memory into a child to behave better. So if a child steals, their parents will say all of the worst things about you, saying that you're a rotten thief and all that things. And I say, you're a rotten child. I would rather give birth to a piece of steak and eat it, and it will give me more value than giving birth to you, or something along the lines of that. Those are some of the words that some Asian parents really will say. And yes, it sounds ridiculous, but it is. You trust me when I say those words come. They will explain, for sure. But the problem is that although they explain to you, they cannot explain to you all gently, like, because it won't work. The problem is that most parents who are flawed, they do one or the other. They don't do both. They have their times of gently explaining their mistakes to their child, and there are times where they have to go all in and be fierce and be angry and properly hone in on the message they want to convey to their child. Blame your wife's death on your 5-year-old child. Okay, that may be too harsh. That may be too harsh. But kids, well, let's just say that style of parenting, the hard style of parenting where the parent is blunt, the parent should not be overly harsh. They have to be blunt. In my opinion. Say as it is. Yao koko gong koko. As they say. Say as it is. Do not be too harsh on your child, but also do not be too lenient on your child. Again, everything is about balance. Which goes back to my point about Kersia. I've already sidetracked a little too much about Kersia. I really sidetracked already too much on Kurt. Oh, I want to go back to Kersia. So this is what I appreciate about Kersia. She expresses her viewpoints blunt. She has something to convey. She conveys it without reservation. She conveys it without reservation. She does not care if your feelings are hurt. And evidently, obviously a lot of people had their feelings hurt when she conveyed her information. And yes, I do not expect, if what Kersia says about her personal life is any indication, I would not expect her to behave in any other way. She is, how would I say it? She is molded from her own environment. She had it hard. It's pretty evident. But the good thing is that she is, in my opinion at least, her heart is in the right place. Her mind is in the right place for most parts. And that means it makes her blunt. But she means well whenever she is blunt. That is very different from those other people.
You will have
Vic,
nothing and you will like it.
don't skip your lunch, go eat. Vic, don't skip your lunch. You will get gastric. Don't skip your lunch, you will get gastric. Vic, I appreciate you drop by and you drop a 20. Don't miss your lunch, you will get gastric. Take it from me. It is not fun. It is not fun when you skip days worth of breakfast or lunch and when it hits you, it hits you. A horrifying amount of heartburn. Yes. Which makes it all the more admirable that Kersia has her heart and her mind still in the right place despite the cards she has been dealt with. For that I appreciate it. So, that is my background on how I perceive Kersia and how I have met Kersia. She does not know of my existence back then, but you lurkers told me about her. And from that point onward, I learned about Kersia. And I can say I appreciate her outlook on life. From what little time I've had watching her, but also interacting with her. Let me see. Let me see if I can find something. Don't mind me a moment, I'm going to find something. Because one of you lurkers said something that was a bit of a foreshadowing for me, and my morale was destroyed and I was left in shambles when it actually did happen. I was left in shambles. Oh my goodness. I don't know why. You just had to do it. You just had to do it. You lurkers just had to do it. You all just had to do it. I cannot believe you all. It's all your fault, lurkers. It's all your fault. It is all your fault. So last year I had my birthday, 11/11. I made a tweet about it. Damn it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What have you made her do? Because of you, now she knows. No, I did not, Pixie. I did not. Well, I was granted one post of reprieve. I was granted one post of reprieve. So there is a consolation, I guess. One post. Just one post. That birthday post, only Kersia mentioned the reprieve from that substance. Oh, while 104 of you lurkers are here, I am speechless. I am taken aback. Oh boy. I cannot believe 104 of you are here. Now I'm feeling a bit nervous. Nah, I'm not feeling nervous at all. I'm not feeling nervous at all. Because it's just as well you're all here, because I'm going to start complaining already. And enough of this. I think it has probably set the stage for the news I'm going to talk about concerning Kersia. It has probably set the stage, and you'll probably already know. And let's just say it started from this post. I recall it started, ground zero per se was from this post, from some guy, some NVTuber I have no idea who he is. I have no idea who he is until he left this post and it went somewhat viral. This guy. Okay, preface this, everything I'm going to talk about here is just proper lecturings. It's a lecture, it's an exploration and an analysis of behavior. And in no way I want any of you all to conduct any form of untoward behavior towards any of these accounts. I want you all to understand this 100% before I get started. Can you do that for me? Lucas, can you do that for me? You can give them 0 clout. That is the worst you can do to them. Ignore them, pretend they never exist. Let them suffer in irrelevance. That is what you can do to them, and that is all. Okay? But that doesn't mean I won't criticize them, and criticize them I'm going to start right now. So we all started with this. This is the ground zero post of sorts, and it's basically this guy. I have no idea who he is. He's some NVTuber from I don't know where, but this was the first time I've heard of his existence. He basically saying that he's ending his partnership with Gamer Subs because a certain creators affiliated with the brand who have expressed openly bigoted views. I want you to remember what he says, okay? Openly bigoted views. I believe in fostering an inclusive community. That is why I have left. Right. You are against openly bigoted views? I want you to go back to this part. Can you read again the title of this stream? Read the title of this stream again. Lucas, read the title of this stream again. Blah, don't misbehave. I am not having any bad behavior tonight. Or today, whichever it is. Some random, I have no idea. Uriah the housewife, I have no idea who this is, but he got semi-viral from his virtue signaling post. As you all know, that is the only way they can get clout nowadays. Well, remember these words, openly bigoted views. I believe in fostering an inclusive community. I would like to show you a little something now. I am against open bigotry and I am for spreading inclusivity everywhere I go. In one breath. In the second breath, racism is not racism if the target is approved. There is no bad tactics, only bad targets. And for him, the bad tactics is approved because the target is approved. And you know what's the funniest thing about this guy? He has defenders. He has defenders. Like this. It's funny how people use this comment as a gotcha. It just lives in their hierarchy. Excuse me, friend. Friend, with all due respect, friend. I did not know this guy existed until this post went viral. Excuse me, friend. And also, it is a gotcha. It very much so is a gotcha. Because he refuses to address what he has said. He has refused to address what he has said here. People call him out on it, he plays dumb about it. And when people keep calling out about it, he just say, you think this is a gotcha? Yes, indeed, it is a gotcha. You haven't rebuked it, which means this thing still applies. If it's not broken, why fix it? And now, being aware of his style of behavior, he does something like this. And it's pretty obvious in time. You will know that it is in reference to Kersia. You will know in time it is in reference to her. Because something else is going to crop up. Racism equals institutional power plus prejudice. That is bullshit. Racism is racism. There is no such thing as reverse racism, reverse bigotry, or reverse discrimination. They are all racism and they are all discrimination. If you want to be a racist, at least admit it to everyone's face. Don't play funny semantic wordplay and revisionism of the dictionary just so to mislead other people into thinking you are somehow a better person for this. If you're a racist, say it to everyone's faces. Yes, I am a racist. Say it. That is what you should be saying. But they won't. They won't admit. They won't admit their deep desires. They don't admit their self. And they will find any excuse whatsoever. Oh, the meaning of racism has already changed. Oh, racism does not mean this anymore. Oh, bigotry has nothing to do with this anymore. It is different when we do it. Because the person we are targeting has historically been an oppressor, it is fine if we oppress them in return. At least say it with, they are cowards. They are cowards. Anyone with a brain, anyone with even a bit of gray matter knows exactly the game they are trying to play. They know who they are. They know who they are deep inside. And no, they did not have to dox you. They did not have to dig information on you using private detectives. You gave them all their information that they ever need. You post daily. You post every single minute you have the chance to. And you expose yourself to them. You are your biggest doxer. For what? Cheap clout? Well, this was ground zero post of sorts, and despite buying a lot of botted likes, his response is largely not good. He was not having a good time. Deservedly so. People hate two faces. People hate those who are so blatantly two-faced. I want to fast forward just a little bit until the newest topical incident. So, it's pretty obvious. It goes back to the whole time that some of these NVTubers, they know some of these NVTubers, and as you probably will know, are journalists, quote-unquote journalists, journalists. They all know each other. Everything is nepotistic. Everything is incestuous. And why do I say this? Oh yeah, I'm gonna show you something soon, but after that guy made that post, y'all probably know of a guy called Binted, right? Y'all heard of a guy called Binted? Twitter handle and Binted, something along the lines of that. Yeah. I will show you soon. Marcos, I will show you soon. So anyway, a Vice article dropped. A Vice article dropped around the same time that people like that NVTuber, I can't remember his name, and this Binted fellow started to try to start a harassment campaign against Kersia. And this article dropped from Vice. I got a story about Binted Sakana. We will talk about him when we move to that topic. An article dropped. And for this purpose, I have decided to go in a bit blind, and I didn't really read much of it. I was thinking we could read together. Didn't Vice shut down? That is very interesting too. I was expecting them to shut down, but apparently a hedge fund bought some of their shares. A hedge fund bailed them out. I'm not sure if it was State Street or Vanguard, but one of them. It really makes you think. Well, either way, let's have a read at it, shall we? And I'm sorry in advance for those of you who are going to feel physical and mental pain from reading this article, but I wanted to go through with you all. I am expecting that to be the case, Kirby friend. I am expecting that to be the case. So let's get started. Why is this Gamer Subs VTuber pushing whatever this is? I have an inkling I know what it means, but let's see if it means what I think it means. Made Kersia versatile, one of her fans, is a bold claims, okay? Gamer Subs is pretty much ubiquitous in VTubing, owned by blah blah blah, owned by Jay Schlatt, blah 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 blah. Waffling around useless information.
You will have nothing.
I am not surprised, Johnny English. I have a video from Binted as well. I have a video talking about Binted. We can have a watch along later. I have that video was my first introduction to Binted. However, gamer subs is in blah blah blah. So they say hot water. So they say hot water, as in according to a few Twitter accounts. Yeah, I suppose that will be considered hot water to them. Due to there be one particular creator working with the company, Kersia from Mythic Talent, sharing alt-right talking points. What does alt-right even mean anymore? Nurkers, what does alt-right even mean anymore? I just see these buzzwords sent around every single place. Every single bakjaw. Every single bakjaw accuses everyone of being alt-right and white supremacists, all of these things. And you know what is the punchline about all those who accuses you of being a far-right white supremacist or something like that? They are trust fund kids in gated communities living in the lap of luxury, complaining at you. Zalrog, yeah, you got to go. I appreciate you dropping by, and make sure to thank Zalrog if you got a gifted membership from him, okay? Take care, Zalrog. Basically, what I'm seeing is you want... This is what I've been getting. Wow. And Aniki Daisuke, go thank Zalrog for the gift. Anyways, here is what I'm thinking. Oh, here's what I'm seeing in considering this topic, okay? Outright. If you are for the mom and pop stores, for small businesses, you are outright. If you are against corporate takeovers, large corporations controlling every single aspect of businesses that was once being properly filled in a market of small businesses, you are outright. If you believe that racism and discrimination can manifest in any place, anywhere, by anyone, it does not matter who the victim is and who the perpetrator is, you are outright. That is the takeaway I've been getting whenever someone uses the term unironically. Hello, Junebug. Thank you for joining in. Today is a bit of a heavy topic, but it's a topic I want to cover. Who is John Carlos Reyes? Right, means Fuentes Ralph side of the right wing. When it first came out, I wouldn't be surprised, it probably would be. But now, can you really say it with a straight face? Can you really say it with a straight face? What does Josh Moon say about VTubers? I'll take your bait. What does Josh Moon say about VTubers? I'm curious. I'm curious. I'm curious. Say it. John, say it. Say it. I'm curious. We are not gonna proceed with this with my stream until you tell me what he said and what you're agreeing with. Giancarlo, don't you go away now. You are here to start something. You are here to start a discussion. I assume it is a good faith discussion. Which is why I'm asking you honestly, what did he say and why do you think it's correct? Tell me. And if what he says is correct, why are you here on another VTuber stream trying to talk about it? Come on. John. I'm not mad at you. I am just curious with what you are about to say. Tell me, what did Josh Moon say about VTubers that you agree with? I'll give you 1 more minute. I'm gonna cut you a deal, okay? I'm gonna cut you a deal. Well, it's not really a deal, but it's more like an ultimatum of sorts, okay? You want to... No. Sakana, I am going to be fair to him. Just like I'll be fair with anyone who comes in here with intent to have an honest discussion, okay? He is making some assertions that are overly vague, and if he wants me to properly entertain his opinions, he will have to elaborate on it and explain why he thinks it is a good opinion. And we can work from there. And John Carlo Reyes, I think that if that is your name, a bit of an ultimatum here. Okay? I will give you any time from now till the end of the stream to explain what you say. Till the end of the stream. And as long as you directly address what you said when I ask you, anytime in this stream, all is fine and well, and we will have a proper, honest discussion without insults. But if you ignore me for the entirety of this stream, and in the next stream, you leave another comment that is trying to start something with anyone in this chat or with me personally, you will be banned. Don't say I'm not being fair. Okay? Take your time to respond to me, and you have until the end of the stream. So I'm going to move back to this article. Anyway, let's see. Right-wing beliefs, all that jazz. At this point, it begs the question, will one day pull the plug on a VTuber for good? Cancel culture? How quaint. A little bit old-fashioned, but let's see if it keeps working for any more years ahead. Okay? Kersia is a relatively popular for a VTuber. 56,000 followers on Twitter, 44,000 on Twitch, announced a partnership with Gamer Subs in 2023, merchandise review, blah 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 blah. Some VTubers may wink or nod to conservative beliefs, and that's a problem. How? Just like how some VTubers wink and nod to leftist beliefs, I would say is it not permitted for individual streamers to have their own opinions? I don't get it. It's never hidden her political leanings. You say that as if it's a bad thing. She's gained a reputation for speaking out on behalf of the right-wing side of the VTubing fan base. Many, sure. All of them from right-wing? No. A lot of people I know who likes Kersia, they aren't Christian. They are not white. They aren't even American. So what does that say? How about me? Whenever I get a chance to watch Kersia, I appreciate the information she conveys, and I also appreciate some of the takes she has. So what? Am I a far-right Christian white supremacist? Am I one of them? In February, she said women advocating for this are Our identity shield to prevent. Here's the thing. How should I put this into a proper response? I have seen so many tweets online on X, on Twitter. Do you know how many accounts threaten to do very, very bad things when being criticized? I have lost count at the number of people who drop pipe bomb threats at other people for just saying, I don't agree with your opinion. Power hungry threats. I want to show you a little something. Speaking of power hungry threats, I want to show you a little something. Let me see if I can dig it up, because it's funny how Vice is trying to say that. Kersia is very, very evil for saying things like this. Let me see if I can find it. Let's have a look. It's been a while since I had the chance to repost this, but let's see if I can find it. Please don't mind me for a moment, okay? And has Giancarlo Reyes responded to me yet? Has he given me a proper explanation while I look for this? Sort by date. Oh my god, I have so many collages. I can't even find the one that I'm looking for already. No, no, no. Nope, no, 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 no. I probably have to dig Facebook to find that post I made. Okay, let's. I might have to dig into Facebook to find that post I made. But it is very interesting that the Vice journal, quote unquote journalist, is trying to paint this as a blatant lie, and it's evil blatant lie. So let me find it. Good enough. Okay. Power hungry. Remember that. I want you to read things. Read some of this. Read the top right. Read this one. This one. 77-year-old nurse from Connecticut. Read this one at the very center. So, power-hungry threats. Have a look at this. This is from a supposed reputable source of news, the Washington Post. Parents claim they have a right to shape their kids' school curriculum. They do not. And tell me, does that not sound like a power-hungry threat? Does that sound like a power-hungry threat? It does, doesn't it? So, what did Kersia say here that was factually false? I'm talking about the facts right now. I'm not talking about whether I agree with her or not. I'm talking about what is factually proven and what is not. This is not about... I already preface this that I have had good experiences and impression of Kersia. But I am going to be fair for the sake of this situation. So tell me, what did Kersia say here that was factually false? Power-hungry threats. Look at this. When you are out here saying that parents do not have any right to decide what their child that they have given birth to learn in school, tell me, is that not a power-hungry threat? Or are you going to say it is fine because the intent is for the greater good, so it's fine? Is that what you're going to try to say? It's for the greater good, therefore it is fine. And that's the one comment from Facebook that basically say this. I can't remember who said this, but actually I remember exactly who said this. This was a comment I got from Facebook in response to seeing all this news. Okay? And he said, good, why is social progress scary to you? Look at the tactics they rely on. They cannot tell you why all of these are a quote-unquote good thing. They have to gaslight you into saying that if you do not support any of this, you are against social progress. Look at the tactics they rely on. But I think you've gotten the point. I have gotten the point of, once it's realized that most of these activists remember, they didn't say, remember what Kersia said. She said activists, just like how I say on my Facebook post and just like how I say on my Twitter and on stream, the activists are the problem. Again, if you're an adult and you make an informed decision based on what you feel is right, you decide to be transgender, no one should stop you. If you are a good, decent person and you are fair to me or anyone else, I will be good and fair and decent to you. Content of your character. This is why I'm going to say this outright. A lot of people who comment on my posts want me to make things into an identity politics angle. They want me to start drawing conclusions on people based solely on their characteristics. And that is something I've been always refusing to do. Because I know how humanity works. There are good people, there are bad people. It does not matter what you believe in. It does not matter what procedures you took on yourself. It does not matter who you decide to have a relationship with behind closed doors. All of that does not matter. All that matters is that you are a person who is trying to do the right thing. And that's all that matters to me. And we'll move to that topic later, Oria. We'll move to that topic later. So remember, look at Vice saying this. She said activists. And we have seen those activists behave, haven't we? Look at something as harmless and as inane as deciding to play a game. I want to show you something again. I have a lot of things to show you all as I dig deep into this Vice article. Use Brave. Whoever it is, Ayane, use Brave. Brave browser. That's what I'm using. Let's keep on digging. Okay. Again, there is so much. Let's go back to Kersia's archive tweet. Back to this again, okay? So she says the part we have already addressed this part, power hungry threat. The next is this. Okay? These two keywords, shield and fantasies. Damn it, I should not be worried about this. Okay. Here we go. We all remember these hits, right? Graphic fantasies. Look at this. All over video games, by the way. All because streamers wanted to play Hogwarts Legacy. Never any of you forget this. Never ever. Twitch streamers are horrible people. One could get cancer and I would literally giggle. Graphic fantasies. I consider this a win. Thank you for graduating her. Also keep a tighter leash on your fanboys and orbiters. They seem to be attacking other communities as well. Thanks. Power-hungry threats. Let's have a look at more. If you're getting bullied for playing dumb wizard game, getting abused by your chat, gonna cry, damn, now you know what a fraction of what trans folks feel. You know the ones your money is supporting the abuse of. Pushing their political views with an identity shield to prevent criticism. I can keep looking for more. There are so many examples. So many. This is just a small fraction of a fraction. If you're a streamer and you get harassed for playing the dumb phobe game, I want you to know that you deserve it. Let people enjoy and play a good game. No, I want you to watch a loved one die within an... Pushing their political views with an identity shield to prevent criticism. All of the power-hungry threats and graphic fantasies. I have chosen violence. If you play or watch the turfs that simulator, even pirated, you are scum and you deserve to be run. Okay. End of discussion. Power-hungry threats and graphic fantasies. Pushing their political views with an identity shield to prevent criticism. I think we have gotten the point. Have we not? We have gotten the point so hard. No, I'll get to that later. I'll get to that part later. So, with that out of the way, now that we have found the source, what was it that was factually false? Vice journalist? Yeah, you can word what she said in the worst way possible, but when people actually dig into the source of what she said, can you criticize her in any other way other than saying maybe she sounded harsh? Is there any other way you can criticize Kersia other than saying she just sounded harsh when she talked about it? I'm trying to find someone who will provide me with a proper counter argument saying what Kersia said was wrong. And I'll be waiting with bated breath. No, I probably won't. I won't hold my breath. Next thing you know, someone is going to come up to chat here or on my post on Twitter and explain to me why I am a phobe and why I am a bigot because I said the evidence seemed to indicate Kersia was not lying. Someone will call me something bad because I did not blindly subscribe to their opinions. Let's move on. She praised Mythic Talent co-owner Asmund Gold for arguing. Every trans kid is actually a victim of parents of mental illness. We talked about this, remember? Remember we talked about this a few streams back about... I showed you that part on Asmund Gold talking about this, remember? And I told you very clearly. I'm just retreading old ground. But I'm saying this from my personal experience dealing with kids. Kids are scared to hell over an angry adult. Especially angry parents or angry teachers. Very young kids. If an adult tells them to do something and teaches them to do something, they will follow. That is why the term impressionable young kids is a thing. That's why the word impressionable is a thing. So, a lot of people were threatening Asmund Gold and saying all of the worst things about him, smearing him, saying that he's the worst person imaginable for saying that, but for making this quote. Okay? That's fine. You can call Asmund Gold evil, you can call him every single bad word, and that's fine. But can you explain to me why he was wrong? Can you please explain to me why he was wrong? What did he say that was factually false? Is there any proper studies who are not part of the incestuous, nepotistic, quote-unquote academia that just cross-references each other? Is there anything about that? How about you take a survey? Take a survey of many parents. And let the parents explain to you, the survey questionnaire, what do kids think about in their spare time? 5-year-old, 6-year-old, even 10-year-old kids. Ask them, what do kids think about in their spare time? What are their interests? What are their hobbies? What makes them tick? What gives them fun? What do they worry about? And don't survey only Californians. Don't survey just Californians. Don't survey those who are living in big cities. Survey those people in the rural areas. Survey those people who are in usually marginalized from surveys, like big cities from normal big cities, normal towns, in places that are usually not the usual. How should I put it into words? Fortified. Yeah, that's a good word. In places that are usually not fortified. And if you know that reference, good job. Good job. If you don't know that reference, just type in that Time magazine fortified. So give me proper evidence. Because I can tell you right now with some level of certainty, even though many of the silent majority will remain silent, and right now since the culture is shifting back, they can afford maybe a bit of silence. But still, if you ever ask them behind closed doors what they actually think about this quote, ask a normal person, a guy who works 9 to 5, has a child, has to take care of his son or daughter, or ask a housewife. Ask a housewife who just wakes up early in the morning, makes breakfast for the whole family, and then goes to buy groceries and goes back and prepares dinner. Ask a regular housewife, ask a regular 9 to 5 man. Say this quote to them behind a closed door. Say that you are not recorded. Just say it. Just say that, okay, behind closed doors, I'm going to ask you an honest question. Rest assured, it will be 100% anonymous and you will not be recorded. Read this quote. Tell me if you agree with it. Be honest. You read this quote as someone without any pressures. Let them be their most honest self, expressing their most honest opinions. How many do you think agrees with this statement? And I'm not saying outright I'm agreeing with this statement. I'm asking how many agree with this statement? That is a very straightforward question. For those who want to try and gaslight me, well, granted, you probably already know how I feel about this. I have talked about it at length a few streams ago, and till now, I still find it disgusting that... Remember how I talked about a boy called Desmond Naples, and I talked about his pathetic excuse for a mother? Remember that? Remember how I talk about those child beauty passions? Remember that? This is just a different version of child beauty passions. All those bak chor talk about child beauty passions done by conservative mothers or right-wing mothers. Yet here they are doing the exact same thing. So at the end of the day, it goes back to my thumbnail. There is no such thing as a bad tactic to them. Only bad targets and only bad goals. So if any of you bab chor who just so happen to watch my stream trying to gaslight me, you wanna try? Bak chor, you wanna gaslight me? Are you sure you wanna do that? I have expressed my point. I invite you, if you're going to gaslight me in any of your little posts on Twitter, I invite you to show this entire video to the person you are trying to convince against me. And I've got a video to show y'all. It's a very, very short video that I'll show y'all after I'm finished with this, okay? Let's keep moving. Kotaku in action. Share Kersia's vote to acclaim. Tribalism. Not a good piece of evidence. Another post on YouTube. Trump declared. Excuse me? Vice writer. I don't think that Reddit opinions count as evidence. Is this the best you have? In a casual conversation on her Gamer Subs merch draw, VTuber fans were quick to describe Kersia as right-wing. Okay, VTuber fans, okay, describe Kersia as right-wing. One Redditor. One Redditor. Redditor. Of course it was a Redditor. The entire VTuber community rejects this specific VTuber, according to Reddit. Using Reddit as a source is even worse than using Wikipedia as a source. What journalism is this? One Redditor went to lengths to stress they are not attempting to take a side. Well, I'm not for racism, but... Well, I'm not for expressing hate, but... Well, I'm not for doxing, but... Well, I am not for a harassment campaign, but... She is alright anti-woke and apparently phobic to a degree. Few comments mention her calling trans women being mentally ill men. Nope. She said trans activists. She's saying activists. Big difference. Directly debunked. But of course, Redditor. Should I be surprised a Redditor is gonna misrepresent what was said? Should I? Let's see. What else? None of this is my own info. Just restating what other people say, can't confirm or deny. And somehow Vice takes that. Oh my goodness, Vice. Did Anna Valence. You just shot yourself in the foot by adding this part. If you're gonna lie about Kersia, at least go the extra mile and lie 100%. Don't say this. This just says to me that you rely on speculation as fact, and that is not journalism now, is it? Let's go. Outright seems like an accurate description of Kersia and her politics. According to you? I don't even know what alt-right means now in the year of 2025. it was way clearer back in 2014 and 2015, but right now, anything is alright. In one clip, Kersia gives weight to the theory. Okay, let's have a look at this. I don't know whether I should laugh or I should cry. I really don't know. I don't even know if I should laugh or cry. This vice journalist who sourced Binted.
They're building like a 2.5 million pound mosque somewhere in like northern England that doesn't even have like a large Muslim population. And I was like, of course they are. Yeah, of course they are. I get increasingly angry when I see people who are just like, well, they're not doing anything illegal, so like you can't really be mad at them. It's like this is very clearly a hostile takeover. Like, we're experiencing it in the US via illegal immigration. They're experiencing it in the UK via, like, the migrant crisis nonsense and refugees, which, potato, potato, basically the same fucking thing. And it's like, our politicians are assisting these people with both demographic replacement as well as just making citizens' lives worse in general. They're changing the entire culture of these countries. It might not be a hostile takeover like you see in war. There's no guns and battleships and bombs, but it is still a hostile takeover. It is still going to change these countries irreparably in the future. UK, it's almost all of Europe. I'm specifically speaking of the UK because of the mosque thing. We're noticing. And it's like, I made a tweet. I made a tweet talking about,
Okay, Binted. I'm gonna talk about you later, but let's go back to this part. Okay. This is one thing that a lot of people tend to say. A lot of this bachelor tend to say. The key to that's actually correct. Kersia has given weight to this. But this is wild. What an odd thing to say. That is a very odd thing to say. Kersia didn't even say any of that. She didn't even say a single word of that. Why did this person say that? That is odd. Is there something you want to tell me, Anna? Well, it's a very odd thing to say, and probably Anna knows something that I do not know. For sure, she probably knows something that I do not know. In this clip, Kersia argues that a mosque should not be built in northern England. If there is no population, why does it need to be built though? This kind of confuses me in a way. If there is supposedly no population of that specific religion, why is it being built? But it doesn't. But this is a topic I'm not particularly well versed in. But this one I can see. I do not know much about what's happening in UK or Europe. All I know is that UK has a... The only thing I really know about UK is all of the memes they are spreading about UK. Firstly, it being an Orwellian hellscape where posting mean comments on Facebook or mean tweets on X can get you arrested. And I am also aware that I'm also very aware that there is a lot of stabbings there. So much so that stabbings is a meme synonymous with UK. Oh yeah, I read about the acid throwings. Yes. And I certainly also read about the... Bits of... Oh, you are the one. Even if people do not want to agree with Kersia on this particularly spicy topic, there is a lot of circumstantial evidence that would suggest that there is a problem with UK in some shape or form, and that the locals over there are having a very hard time. And they're having a very hard time from two very distinct avenues. The first is through criminals. And sudden incidents of stabbing and acid attacks. Those are very real, and I have seen them being reported. I have seen multiple news repeatedly every time there is a new case. That is very true. That is factual. And secondly, the locals are being attacked by their own governments. where you are not allowed to say anything that is untoward to the establishment. You are not allowed to say anything to criticize government policy. You are not even allowed to say mean things, or else the UK police will come after you and arrest you. So, in terms of Kersia's whole entire research on this specific topic, I cannot say I am 100% certain of everything. She probably has read more than I do. But based on what I have been reading, news articles, reports, video, photographs of murder weapons, photographs of knives, photographs of bottles of acid, I have a reason to believe there is a problem in UK, and by extension, Europe. Our politicians are assisting people with both demographic replacements while making Caesar's lives. I'm sure Kersia knows more about this, but what I will address is this part. How is that false? Making citizens' lives worse in general, how is that factually false? All I've been reading from UK is all I have been reading on posts from people living in UK is how their government is destroying their lives. What is factually false about that? I can tell you with absolute certainty, chat, with absolute certainty, lurkers, if any of you here were to post what you said here while living in UK on Facebook or Twitter or anywhere else, you would be arrested. And I suspect the most milquetoast and tame criticisms of the UK government will result in you getting arrested. Or at the very least, a knock on the door. Orwell wrote 1984 as a warning. He did not write it as a guidebook. No, that was not what Kersia said. That is a very odd interpretation of it. That is a very odd interpretation of it. That is so odd. What an odd interpretation. When I heard what Kersia said, the message I'm getting is that UK and US are for their own citizens. The ones who are born there, bred there, over generations. It does not have to be any specific ethnicity. It just has to be a group of people who subscribe to the same set of beliefs that they have fostered and allowed to sharpen and hone over generations living in the same country. That was the message I'm getting. If you are an Indian or a Punjabi who has lived all their life in Britain for generations with your parents and your grandparents, you are as much deserving of being defended as a traditional so-called Caucasian white UK citizen or US citizen. This is not about race. No. What Kersia was saying is not about race. She was saying citizens' lives. Your right to peace and security. Your right to not wake up and leave the house afraid for your life. Your life of being reassured that if you walk down the street, you won't be splashed with acid or stabbed. That is what she's talking about. Sakana, I don't care about that. I do not care about that. For me, ethnicity does nothing to me. Ethnicity does nothing to me. All that matters is that people believe in common things and are harmonious. A common culture is fundamental. A common culture where everyone subscribes to at least the same baseline decency principles. They are changing entire cultures of these countries. And I would say, in my opinion, remember Stockholm? Remember Sweden? Statistics surrounding Sweden. I read about the enclaves. I read about the although the Pakchol would be very, very mad when I use this specific word, but it is a word that has been used to describe the situation in those parts of Sweden, so I will use it as a direct quote. And that quote is no-go zones. And there was one movie that I actually did watch. There is one movie I watched and it was a very depressing show. It was, I'll preface it by saying it was a Netflix movie, I recall. I'm sure you all probably have heard of the show. But it is, I don't know why I wanted to watch the show. Maybe it was morbid curiosity, but the movie was called Athena. The movie was called Athena. And basically the premise of the whole show is, I don't suggest any of you watch that show. I highly advise against watching that show because that show is depressing and that show just makes you angry, which I do not want any of you lurkers to experience that. You'll have enough on your plate as it is already. But long story short, I'm going to spoil the story anyway, okay? It's a very politically charged movie. And it basically, the main story was that a bunch of white supremacists unalived an immigrant child. And they were trying to pin that on the police. Yeah. A migrant unalive an immigrant child in Fortnite. And they successfully pinned this on the police because someone placed a police jacket next to it. And you know what happens? The entire immigrant community waged war. Oh yeah, this show takes place in Paris, by the way. In case you didn't know, this show took place in Paris. And because of that false flag, worked out, and there was full-scale war between the Paris government and a very large group of migrants. And it can show you how disgusting it is. They can show you the extent of depravity from a society that has no, how would I put it into words? That has no, I can't think of a good word to describe this. Coherence? Yeah, that's good enough. A society that has no coherence culturally. Because this is the problem with, I think, a lot of the immigrations in the past decade. Is that it is one thing to be progressive and to allow immigration, and I support immigration. But it's another thing for everyone to understand each other, how they stand. When you're in a host country, you behave the way the host behaves, out of mutual respect. And I guess that really shows you the extent of what happens when cultures are just too fragmented. There is too much of a schism between cultures that everything just completely devolves. Again, I'm really sorry, lurkers, that this topic is very, very rough. And I'm very sorry about it. It's pretty much quite a heavy topic. But this is the problem. This is the problem. I would have loved to not talk about a topic like this. But the problem is that Bak Chol, like these vice journalists, make it a problem. This is why you have proper immigration procedures. This is why you have things like visas. This is why you have things like permanent visas. And then after you have a permanent visa, you have a road to citizenship. And that's why when you apply to be a citizen of a country, most countries make you take exams. Make you take exams to ensure you understand the core culture of that country. It is not racist. It has nothing to do with race. All it has to do is with content of character. Are you respectful enough? Are you decent enough to respect the values and the cultures of your host that you intend to migrate to completely? Apparently for some, it is too much. Lucky-chan, I can't say I 100% agree with that. Economic migration is, like with everything, is good in moderation. It is good in moderation. Everything is good in moderation. Cultural migration is good in moderation. Economic migration is good in moderation. All everyone has to do is to have proper self-control. At the end of the day, it goes down to self-control. If there's one thing I felt that Kersia could do to improve her messaging, is that she should not focus a little too much on the whole culture and ethnicity thing, wherever they may be. She didn't put too much on the ethnicity thing, but most of it is on culture. But there's one thing she should also add on to make her points a bit more understandable and less susceptible to be misrepresented by journalists who only want to find a reason to make you look as terrible as possible. And that is, people need to have self-control. They need to have balance. They need to be harmonious with each other. If you have self-control, you have decency, and you intend to be harmonious with each other, none of these problems would happen. No one would be complaining about it. Sure, the racists will still complain about it, but those with proper minds and proper hearts, if you are good to them, they don't care what you look like. I think I've ranted a little too much on this. So it is wild that this journalist is using Binted as a source and used a 1 minute 29-second video that does not properly explain her point of view other than making her sound as bad as possible. But go off, I guess. This was not a one-off comment. In April, she retweeted the White House ICE tip line to aid the deportation of undocumented illegal immigrants. Let's be fair here. Let's be fair here, okay? Let's be fair. Let's be fair here, journalists. Let me be very fair here, okay? Okay. Let's say I snuck into a country. Any other country, not America. Any other country. Let's say if I were, for all intents and purposes, I were to sneak into Japan, let's say. Or I sneak into Korea. I am not a Korean or a Japanese citizen. I don't have a visa. I stuck in there, 我跳飛機, as they say. I snuck in there, quietly, do work under the counter per se, or do something illegal, and I get caught. What do you think would have happened to me if I was in Korea or Japan? I went in there without a visa. I went in there without any documents whatsoever. I just snuck in there. I'll be deported. Do I have the right to complain about it? Of course not. Because I knew what I was doing was illegal. When you break the... And this is something that is so wild to these Americans. to some of these Americans, I don't know how the concept is so foreign to some of these Americans, how the very idea just seems to not get into their stupid heads. But you sneak into someone's house and you cause problems in someone's house, that someone catches you for it, of course you will be kicked out of the house. What were you expecting? And how is it controversial to say that? How is it controversial to say that a person who trespass, a person who burglarized into your house, and you kick that burglar out, and that is a bad thing? How do you manage to think that? When you kick out a burglar from your house, how is that considered controversial? Explain it to me. The pak jaw, any pak jaw around here, explain it to me. How is that a bad thing? Tell me. How is it controversial? What's so controversial? Should someone, let's say, okay, pak jaw, you're living in a lap of luxury, you have your own house. Suddenly a bunch of people just break into your house and then started eating food from your fridge and then sleeping on your bed. By your logic, you have no right to kick them out. And if you kick them out, you are a bigot. So Mr. Gated Community who supports the old undocumented just means you have no visa. It is all there is to it. And undocumented basically just means you have no visa. You're in the country without, sometimes even without a passport. You're inside a country without a visa and sometimes without a passport. How do you think it was going to end? If it were any other country other than America, how do you think this was going to end? So this is a wild attempt at a gotcha. This is stupid. Lene Bush retweeted she was happy with the mass deportations of people who are here without a visa. Remember that. Remember that as you read this part. Of people who do not have a visa. Green card is basically a permanent residence for other countries. Under Trump, but one the federal government was offering immigrants with no visas massive amounts of free things given on taxpayer dime. And we all read the news before, right? Hotels all over New York were vacated for immigrants with no visas to live in. Remember those stories? What the hell is this? That's doublespeak. Undocumented citizen. Oh boy. Undocumented citizen. Undocumented citizen. Okay. 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 You're insulting my intelligence already and I don't like it. You are insulting my intelligence. You're insulting my intelligence as a reader, and I already do not like this. Okay. Okay. Insulting my intelligence, I do not like this. If you are a citizen, you are, by implication, documented. I am fight the urge to... But I am going to resist it. But let's just say I am doing it with some struggle because the stupidity of what I have just read, the absolute stupidity of what I have just read is baffling to me. If you are a citizen, by extension, you are documented. Because if you are a citizen, you would have an American passport. You have a Japanese passport. If you are a citizen of Korea, by extension, you have a Korean passport. So if you are a citizen of America, you have an American passport. But if you are an undocumented citizen, that means you don't even have an American. It does. Being undocumented and being a citizen are mutually exclusive. I do not vice and Anna, the so-called journalist, Anna. I do not appreciate having my intelligence insulted like this. I really do not appreciate having my intelligence insulted like this. And I am glad I am reading an archive of your article, because if I read it straight from your website, I would hate myself for giving you clicks and money. Well, keep going home. Let's keep going. I'm spending a little too much time reading this article. I don't want to keep going. I'm so tired of this. I'm spending a little too much time reading this article and I don't appreciate it. It was Kersia's tweets mid-April that drew her gamer subscription back into public spotlight. Kersia, I don't know what's happened with this Carmelo Anthony, but I think I have an idea. I know what it's referring to. I know about this case after reading about on X and Twitter. and also from news articles as well. This individual killed as you can see this for yourself. This happened, allegedly, and for the person who did the deed allegedly got a lot of money out of it. And it goes to show you, to me, in my opinion, the twisted nature of some Americans and how their values behave. It is very disgusting to me. It is disgusting to me how some of them, I hope none of them are in this chat, but if you are, I'm talking about you. How some of them worship criminals. Worshipped literal criminals. Mean arson, who this is ridiculous. This is trivial in the scheme of things. Stupid. Fact of the matter is, the family of the person who has allegedly done very terrible things are getting rewarded for it. As they say in some parts of America, no good deed goes unpunished and no evil deed goes unrewarded. Your reasons, good morning. Next day, Kersia posts claiming body cams killed the movement. Share body cam steals of police altercations between two people who tried to kill police. And I saw the videos myself. And I can say with some level of certainty that the police were exercising proper restraint before they resorted to the force that they have inflicted. Especially the Sydney Wilson incident, the Asian cop got multiple cuts to his face before he decided that he cannot allow it to keep happening, or else it will be him who will be killed. And so again, that is your opinion. Bad people gets karma. If you intend to end the life of another, Karma will get to you. Once again, it is very interesting that this Anna, journalist from Vice, implied. Kersia said nothing about this. To Kersia, 2 plus 2, almost 2 would-be murderers lost their life. And there is very little pity for those type of people, regardless of their skin color, regardless of their ethnicity. So it's very wild again that the Vice journalist is making it about race. No one made it about race. You made it about race. Wait, let me see. And there's one more thing I want to talk about, and I'm getting a bit tired from talking about it too, but I feel it has to be said. Just because bad things happen to you does not give you the approval and the permission to do bad things onto others. This should not be a controversial statement to make. Yeah, we all had hard lives. We all had terrible lives. We had bullies in our lives. We were victims at one point in time in our lives by someone. But that does not give us, any of us, the right to do the same to others. And if we do, we will get the karma commensurate to us. Oh boy, looks like you spend way more time, journalists, you spend way more time creating this smear piece against Kersia than to properly check your spelling. That is your priority as a journalist, isn't it? What priorities you have? Goodness me, what priorities? Maybe pros breaking point for VTubing? No. Oh boy, here we go again. Oh, of course, here we go again. Oh boy, VTubing community. The VTubing community. The VTubing community. The word comes out. Finally, the typical VTuber cop-out comes out. There's no such thing as a VTuber community. I have said it from the very first stream I have made. Armchair said it, and he said it seethingly with a lot of anger. Mama Oko said this. I think Pippa even said this. A whole lot of people say this. There is no VTuber community. Oh, Zero, thank you for dropping by this very stressful stream. I think I'm stressing you out. Oh, I'm so sorry about it. But I appreciate you dropping by. I need to get a tub of water soon, but I'll finish this article before I do so. There is no such thing as a VTuber community. There are communities created by VTubers. And those communities are their own little island. For those who are trying to gaslight you into believing there's some kind of monolithic community that believes in a certain way or says certain things, that is just a way for them to get you to submit. Or some way, or a way for some people to get others cancelled. But I will skip this, otherwise I'm going to be in another rant and it's going to take another hour and I'm not interested. Kayo, that guy we showed you a few hours ago. Openly bigoted views without facing any consequence, just like you, Kayo. Just like you. We already read all of this. And this one is the wildest one that confuses me the most. This is the wildest one that confuses me the most. I've seen some people talk about this. So long story short is, this account is a edgy account. This account is an edgy account. Oh boy. This account is an edgy account, basically. Do you know the ones back in the old days of the internet? You know about those types. Back when Filthy Frank and Papa Franco was all popular, those type of edgy accounts. I don't know what those 3 books are supposed to be, but apparently, according to some people, it is windmill gang material. But all in all, these 3 books basically means, oh, they are terror. The person who just so happens to follow Kersia is a terrible person. And this is the source of the post. Let me find it. Is it this one? Yes, this one. So this is the original post. And this was all she said. This was literally all Kersia said. And because Kersia said this, and she does not know who follows her, this article was made. Ah, yes. Okay. Of her fans happens to like this edgy content. Very, very edgy content, but still. But you know what she reminds me of? It reminds me of this. What is wrong with this mic? What the hell is wrong with this mic? Why does it mic keep doing this? Basically, it reminds me of this. Let's just say we take this part completely seriously, 100% seriously. Let's assume we take this part 100% seriously. Oh, how dare Kersia have a fan who is a very terrible person. Let's just use that. Therefore, she is a terrible person. One of her fans is a terrible person, therefore she is a terrible person. Okay, by that logic, what does that say about this? Is Bernie Sanders a terrible person then? By your own logic? By your own logic? Bernie Sanders deserves to be called out because one of his supporters went around and started discharging their weapons at people. Should we start? Should I go start finding Hassan fans who are psychopaths and engaged in violence and say, Hassan, you're a terrible person because your fans behave like this? Should I go and see someone who, the bike lock guy from a few years ago, the bike lock Antifa, who is also a Hassan fan? Should I say Hassan is an evil person because the bike lock Antifa guy is his fan? Two can play at this game. Really? Two can play at this game. This is the dumbest last one. Guilt by association. This is the dumbest one. No one can stop bad people from following you. Yes, Hassan's own actions already gives me enough information about the type of person he is. This is the most cowardly and stupid and bad faith thing in this article, alongside blatantly lying about Kersia. Yorozuya, hello. Guilt by association. This is not even guilt by association, by the way. It's guilt by follow. By your logic, by that logic, everyone is a terrible person because at some point, one way or another, someone terrible is going to follow you and therefore you are a terrible person. That is some amazing logic. This is the lowest hanging fruit. This is insultingly juvenile attempt at trying to smear someone. Oh, a follower likes bad things. Therefore, the person whom the follower follows is also equally bad. Oh, please spare me. Well, that's the end of the article, and I feel that my brain is about to melt. My brain is about to melt, but it's not over just yet. It's not over just yet. The article may be over, but the story is not over just
You
yet.
will have nothing and you will like it.
You, my friend, thank you for being you, Miss Banmi. I appreciate the thought, Daishobot. And I'm sorry if today's topic is a little edgier than usual. It is not my intention to make it as fiery as it is. But, well, I bear some of the blame because I want to talk about it. I bear some of the blame because I wanted to talk about it. But also, I will not let these Papchaw interviewers get away scot-free lying about a mutual of mine. And as you probably have, as I've gone through with you the article from the start to the finish, there were a lot of lies. A lot of lies. But it's not over yet, by the way. The story is not close to over yet. But that is something I'm going to leave for the moment. I'm going to go get something to drink. My throat is getting very dry. Very dry. So I am going to... Oh, God. I am going to get something to drink. Okay? And I will be back with you shortly. Got something to drink? Didn't realize how dry the throat was until after the talk. What have you all been talking since I was away? Evie, please, what is wrong with you? Evie? 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 What did you just say? Okay, I'm done. No. You're not gonna derail me. So, I'm gonna go back way up here. Remember this vice writer, Anna Valence, okay? Well, can you shut up for a moment, please? Lucas, shut up. Shut up. Quiet. 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 Love has quiet. You quiet. Everyone quiet. I want you all to be quiet. Anyway. Damn it. I need to move something. There we go. Good. Twisted Jack. I want everyone quiet right now. You know what? Let me take a quick short nap. Since you are just going to do stupid things, I'm gonna take a short nap. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. Okay. Remember this. I want you to remember this name, Anna Valence, because this vice journalist had the bravery, and I do commend the vice journalist's bravery, to share this article on their X account. And this is the account. Is this exact person? And of course, they are mutuals. Binted and Anna Valence are mutuals, so it really gives you perspective of why this Anna Valence has used Binted as a source. A very dedicated mutual, by the way. Look at how many posts of Binted that Anna Valence has shared. It is quite amazing. So, there should be something. Isn't there some kind of a journalistic issue when you quote someone you are friends with Doesn't that create a bit of a conflict of interest when you're using your friends' opinions as a source? Should say a lot, isn't it? Well, I'm so sorry, Hypnotic, but if you speak out against insanity, you are a far-right bigot. Everyone knows that. But this story goes deeper, by the way. It goes so much deeper. So this Anna Valence character got outed. And I was wondering why is Anna Valence was a familiar name. Now I know why. Because of this article. I remember them now. I don't even know what to say. This is the type of person. Anna Valence is the type of person who would say Among Us is fascist. Please put that into a bit of perspective, Lurkers. Give that a bit of perspective. The person who is calling Kersia a fascist and an evil person is the type of person who will call a game Among Us fascist. Put that into perspective. Is that someone whose opinions you want to take seriously? Thank you, Ref, for giving these nuggets of history. And Madam Savvy shared something that I have gotten a chance to listen to. I've gotten a chance to listen to, but I will not play this on stream. Instead, what I want you lurkers to do, right now is to listen to it yourself. And tell me when you're finished listening to it, okay? It is quite edgy. It is quite a shocking. What is being said by this so-called journalist is quite shocking. I am going to show it to you all. And please, 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 tell me when you're finished watching it. I am not going to play it. Tell me when you are done. In the meantime, I'm going to take a short nap and I'll give you all about 2 minutes. Okay? 2 minutes. darkness, you don't have to see anything, you just have to listen. Just listen to the audio, it's just audio on the post. Okay, okay. If you're talking about evil people, who is more evil? Kersia, who says edgy things at times, or someone like Anna, who says whatever the hell that was that you just listened to? Who is the more evil person here? And if you decide who is more evil, who should you take the opinions of someone that evil? Fact of the matter is, this person is not a pleasant individual, and if anyone takes a smear piece from this individual seriously, I question their decency as a human being. That's my opinion, however. And I want to show you all a short video. Do any of you know who Binted is, by the way? Do any of you know who Binted is? The person that is always being cross-referenced by this Vice journalist? Well, I'm going to tell you about my first experience with Binted. And it was an experience that I shared with Alana, raving Niji sister, and I'll let Binted speak for himself. Okay? I'll let Binted speak for himself.
Victoria's situation. Uh-oh.
Could it be? Is she in the Sage Jam Slam again?
Oh.
Yes, that is right. For this one, I'm really scared. I have no idea who a lot of these people are. So I'm like so anxious and everything. I will address the elephant in the room. So you might have seen like the people who are participating in this current Sage Jam Slam. Apparently, the conditions that they gave the organizers was that there has to be 0 interactions between me and them. That means we won't be on the same team. Sage Jam even asked me if I was okay and comfortable with it a few days ago, and if I was really uncomfortable and stressed out about the whole situation, they won't let them participate. I was honestly like,
is there like bad blood between them, or is it like a Niji thing where they said like, hey, you're not allowed to interact with her, bitch? That's actually so sad. They don't even have bad blood between them, and they're like, no, we hate X talent.
make sure I was okay, when it was really just easier to ask me to step down instead. I've been outcast before, I've been ostracized in the past. I was even denied entry for tournaments and events in the last 6 months.
I kind of got a question actually. Alana's VTuber model has the same mother as Bay, right? It's the same. Is it? Did the same person who work on Alana work on Bay? Hako's Bill? They have a very similar art style. But anyway, you can have a look at that later. You can have a look at that later.
So like, I know how it feels to be like excluded, and I don't want that for others.
They have bad blood now? People said that it's not though. So she was our Oshi before they left? That's kind of sad, man. The talent's cool. The corporate ninja doesn't like Doki for being ex-talent. Yeah, so they basically blacklisted her, yeah.
Have fun. Okay. It is
That's sad,
fun
man.
tournament, and I'm here to have fun. Will be the last time I'm going to talk about it going forward. So yeah.
Yeah, that's sad, man. Victoria joined right before Oshi's left. She kind of got shafted. Oh, this makes the tweet I sent look way worse. Oh, was there like out of context like tweeting? Niji VTubers have done literally nothing wrong, being treated as second-class citizens who can be kicked out of events in a heartbeat if someone objects is legitimately vile. Especially considering the number of VTubers who treat people like shit and lose nothing. Scammers get to host the VTuber Awards. Bullies who threaten people a fraction of their size get sponsorship. This is a V-tweeter of epic proportions. This is like... this is not what you want to be, man. Oh my god. They were shitting on Phillian so hard too, I remember. Mean girl clicks who spout slurs in public still have agents, but heaven forbid working for Niji Sanji. But Niji caused a liver too. You don't think the way you treat innocent people hurts them? Do you need a public incident that horrible to feel empathy for?
We probably already know the story behind all of this, right? We probably already know the story behind all of these Niji Sanji things. It's old history. So I'm just giving you all the rundown of how I knew about this Binted character.
Someone to see their pain? Holy moly, dude. Bro, that is crazy, man. V-tweeters should not be able to tweet, man. The fact that Doki is seen as the bigger person for not requesting Vivi to be kicked out when she honestly shouldn't even have a say in the matter to begin with is kind of crazy. No, I'm sure they offered it to her, though. Don't forget, two VTubers made a George Floyd reference joke. Both got zero backlash for it. Oh my god, man. Yeah, classic sister behavior. Niji sisters? Fuck you. Who was the second one? I actually don't know. So John said they talked to both because he didn't know the conditions were for them. He said that it was far more civil than people made it to be. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's why I think it's fine that Doki made such a normal response. What's wild is these stipulations they can't interact. This person is molding and Doki's just existing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the same phenotype. Person exists, I'm fucking molding. I have to make my entire personality on hating on them. It's so weird. And then there's people that agree with them? People need to stop treating her as a saint and realize everyone has flaws, but the VTuber community like to act as if their Oshis were children that barely know how to change a light bulb. Holy sh**.
What Niji Sanji and did to Doki and Sayu is, in fact, I would say, a decent fit of the word evil. True. Imagine treating your supposed talents, you call them talents, yeah, you treat them like trash. You treat them like trash, they leave, or they are forced to leave, and the leftovers are going to make smear pieces on you to throw you under the bus and saying it was your fault for leaving. And that is the type of person Binted defended. And that is the reason I knew this person existed, this Binted individual existed. And it's also probably the reason why Binted blocked me. Because I commented on Alana's video. So smart Alana, I also follow her. She follows, I follow her. And she, not long after she made this comment, this 4-minute 20-second comment on Binted went and gaslit her. Gaslit her, insulted her, basically implied she was a terrible person for disagreeing with him. And I quoted that Binted reaction. Basically, I was saying that is very uncalled for. And that you defend Niji Sanji and you want people to take you seriously because when you have defended Niji, Sanji, En for doing the things they did. And I got blocked for it. And this is the odd thing with Binted. Binted? Oh, not odd thing, but predictable thing. Binted always blocks people and talks behind their back. And they will unblock you, and you probably have seen me on X for the past few days. This Binted individual unblocks you, quotes you, then blocks you back. They are always talking behind your back. Always. They can never approach you directly. He has never approached me directly. I made one comment about a Niji sister. I didn't even know how significant the name Binted was. Oh, I know it was a Niji sister behaves poorly. That is kind of bad. I got blocked. Fast forward to 2 weeks ago, or even last week ago, Binted talked behind my back. And I say, why are you talking me behind my back? If you have a problem with me, just talk to me. No. Unblocked me, quote posted me, then blocked me again. That is some really amazing behavior you have there, Binted. If you're so good, you're so moral, you're so good, or if all of your opinions are correct and good, and you have nothing but only the correct opinions, why are you so afraid to test them in a proper argument? It is wild to me. And bro, go get lunch. Yeah, you go get lunch. And well, I want to show you one more video. And this sums up what happens. This sums up every single thing that has happened to Kersia now. This sums up everything, and I feel that this is an important video you have to watch. It is from a literally who, but I appreciate what this woman said.
Spreading false information and gossiping.
I'll try and raise the volume a bit because the volume is a little low. Let's see if this is good enough.
Spreading false information and gossiping about other people. The narcissist smear campaign is where they want to discredit your character so they don't get exposed for their character. A narcissist is always looking to pin people off against each other, to gain enablers and fly monkeys, to support the narcissist version of events, to isolate people, to divide and conquer, so that the narcissist doesn't get exposed for what they actually do to people. When a narcissist can no longer control you, they will go all out to control what those around you think of you. Spreading false information.
Sociopathy, in my opinion, I might be quite wrong, but I think sociopathy is a level above narcissism, isn't it? It's a level above narcissism. I think most or all sociopaths are narcissists. But I think not all narcissists are sociopaths. But that is really how it works. And by the way, this whole part about creating smear campaigns is a narcissist's defense mechanism. When they are about to be called out, that is when they start creating smear campaigns. Notice how that works. And notice how that works when, let me see, what was that person's name? I can't remember. that Ian VTuber at the start of the stream. Being called out by so many people and then finally getting a bunch of his friends to run defense for him by calling out someone else. By calling out Kersia in this case. And at the end of the day this has been the main content of today's stream. It is extremely disappointing that people are capable of this significant amount of misrepresentation, this significant amount of lies, and significant amount of insulting. Go and bro, you know I'm not gonna eat on stream. You know I'm not gonna eat on stream. Just eat your food. But long story short is the person who is running all these smear campaigns, whether it be Binted, whether it be that Kayo individual, whether it be this journalist Anna Valence, and whether it be that Niara and VTuber, all of them have done way worse. They have done so much worse that it makes the worst that Kersia has done look like, what is that all? If Kersia is in any way wrong in anything, that is, which is already a very big assumption. And this is why they hate Elon's Twitter. Their stage is gone. Their echo chambers are gone. All they have now is the merciless square that is the internet, unfiltered internet. And surprise, surprise, when you are in an environment where the internet is unfiltered and merciless, your little bubble pops. And you realize that the people whom you are calling the worst things imaginable in old Twitter were the ones who end up resonating with the masses, not you. Your enemies are the popular ones, not you. All you have right now is to crawl to blue sky and hope there is still an echo chamber for you to pander to. But unfortunately for you, the echo chamber is not going to be big enough because the normies will still use X. Anyway, I wish Kersia all the best in getting through with this stupid incident. It is a very stupid incident, make no mistake. If we are going to take anything from this Vice article remotely seriously, anything at all from this Vice article remotely seriously, I would say every single person deserves this type of article. Every single person on the internet deserves this article. Because all these are ridiculously low standards. But of course, if you're lecturing about morality, about being a terrible person, it's funny how this journalist talks some of the most twisted and heinous nonsense on a different stream. And I'm certain you all heard what this journalist said. It is very rich that this journalist is talking about morality. And because of this, Kersia is going to get her 50k to 60k at least. And her 44k on Twitch to, who knows, 70k, 60k? And Kersia would deserve it. Their smear campaigns backfire all the time now. But to be fair, I don't want... Makes me almost tempted. Made me almost tempted to get a smear piece written about me on Vice. Touch wood, touch wood, touch wood. Touch wood, knock on wood. The best marketing you can ever have right now in the current year is to get a bakjaw to make a smear piece about you. Because there is no better marketing than getting bakjaw upset about you that they smear you online. But anyway, I think that concludes my talk about Kersia's incidents. So, we left on a cliffhanger, right? About Carl Jobs' video. We will go back to Carl Jobs. I will take this opportunity to continue Carl Jobs' video. I hope we have enough time. This took way longer than it should. I'm at lost. Oh, let me check. Carl Jobs is a self-fashioned, exposed type of YouTuber, and he made a very serious mistake in smearing Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell sued him. It went to court. The judge agrees with Billy, and now Carl Jobs has to pay roughly $300,000. But it's not over just yet. Carl wants to appeal this case, and he is making a response video about the outcome. The problem right now is that the reason this lawsuit Billy Mitchell sent to Carl worked was because Carl made the insinuation, well, not even insinuation, but basically said that Billy Mitchell was the reason a person by the name of Apollo legend is no longer alive. Let's just leave it at that. The judge pretty much found that that is defamation, and for that reason, Carl lost the case. So we are back to this. Oops, sorry. Let's move it. Let's give a bit of space to see this. Reduce the volume because it is probably going to be a bit loud compared to that lady's.
Regarding the Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell lawsuits. And Easyscape proactively reached out to me and allowed me to post his statement confirming this was the case. With all of the corroborating evidence I had, I believed at that time that Apollo Legend did pay Billy.
So where we stopped off right now is that Carl Jobs is trying to defend his decisions. And when he's defending these decisions, he's trying to say that he actually has proper evidence supposedly proving that Billy Mitchell did what Carl claims he did. And what does he have as evidence, you might ask? Reddit posts. Reddit posts, Facebook comments filled to the brim with hearsays. And a YouTube video made by another guy by the name of Easy Escape, whichever, who is saying that there is a likelihood, because a bit of background information, Billy Mitchell and Apollo Legend both were involved in a lawsuit. Billy Mitchell sued Apollo Legend for some incident. Apollo Legend decided to settle this out of court, and Billy Mitchell accepted it. And people started speculating what it might be. And people speculated that Apollo Legend had to pay Billy Mitchell a large sum of money. But of course, as you see, the key word is speculation. And Easy Escape also said that as much. Speculated, rumor, likely. Those are not good information. And I know about the Kakegurui live action. It is going to be another Cowboy Bebop disaster, I can expect. I will talk about it on another day, maybe. Or I'll talk about it on X. Where was I? Yeah. And basically, it's all hearsay, it's all rumors, it's all speculation. And that is Carl Jobs' evidence. That is the entirety of Carl Jobs' evidence, so far at least, 4 minutes in.
Proactively reached out to me and allowed me to post his statement confirming this was the case. With all of the corroborating evidence I had, I believed at that time that Apollo Legend did pay Billy Mitchell money in the settlement. And this was not something that I merely fabricated or constructed myself. In Apollo Legend's goodbye video, which I won't replay here out of respect, he confirmed that he had health issues and that he had unpaid debts which he did not want to pass on to his estate. And he asked people to donate to his GoFundMe because of this. As a fellow YouTuber, I also know how much money Apollo was making on his Billy videos, which was money that he would also stop making due to having to remove these videos from his channel. And of course, you don't need to be sued to realize that being sued is an extremely stressful thing. And especially now after being sued myself, I can only say that you cannot imagine the stress this puts on you until it happens. Apollo himself even admitted this in a Discord message, and I can only assume that the other things he's referring to included his health issues. To be clear though, I never said Billy caused Apollo's suicide, nor have I ever believed that. No one is responsible for Apollo's decision other than Apollo. If you read my words carefully, I simply laid out a sequence of events that happened one after another. I said there was a lawsuit, Apollo settled, he was in debt, though I was incorrect about the cause of the debt, he needed extra work, and he had ongoing health issues. Then I said this was all too much of a burden, and he ultimately took his own life. I deliberately used words like and but to connect these events. I didn't use words like because or as a result of. I was also very careful to mention Apollo's pre-existing health issues as a major factor. When I said this was all too much, I was clearly referring to multiple things together. The debt, the extra work, and his health issues.
Was it though? I had a look at Cal Jobs' YouTube channel before all of this happened. Cal Jobs made a lot of videos on Billy Mitchell. It's like some might say Cal Jobs is like the Trump response guy for Trump, basically. The Trump reply guy for Trump. And after the fact, and after hearing what Keemstar said under oath, evidence submitted to the court, is it really the case? Is Carl really certain that that is all that is to it?
All simply as existing, not as causative factors. I never stated that Mitchell's lawsuit caused or could have caused Apollo's death. Any connection someone might draw between the lawsuit and Apollo's passing goes...
But, okay, this doesn't make sense already. On one hand, you are saying at this part, back here, you were talking about all the debts thing, that you were certain that Billy Mitchell forced Apollo Legend to pay all these debts, and you're basically finding all kinds of excuses to justify what you said on this part. And now this part you are trying to dodge. You're trying to escape from that statement again. It might just be my opinion. Maybe I'm being a bit schizo on this, but around the 3-minute mark and around the 6-minute mark, something's contradicting. It's a bit of a contradiction.
Statement from my video, Billy posted to his channel a response video. In it, he stated that my claim was wrong and that I was accusing him of murder.
May 26th, Jobs released a video downright loaded with false defamatory statements. The most heinous accusation related to Apollo's passing. In the video, Jobs outright states that I drove Apollo to suicide. In his words, he may as well have just said murder.
Several days later, I received a concerns notice from Billy's lawyer. This is a legal document that you must send to someone before you sue them for defamation. It's the first step in the process. It needs to outline the words of which...
Okay, let's have a look.
They complain, what they imply, and why they are false. I didn't take this seriously when I received it, because it wasn't the first concerns notice that Billy had ever sent me. A year earlier, Billy had sent me a concerns notice after I called him a cheater in a video about Guinness World Records. This was just after they reinstated his fake world records. The concerns notice was...
Long story short is, you always take a legal document seriously. You do not care about who sends it to you. If it came from a lawyer, take it seriously. You take it seriously. Because if you don't take it seriously, you'll get a Carl Jobs.
was ridiculous, as obviously Billy is a proven cheater and everyone knows this, and it falsely claimed that I implied he was a criminal because I suggested that he may have paid Guinness to reinstate his scores, even though paying Guinness to adjudicate world records is literally their business model. And during this time, Billy was suing multiple entities for telling the truth that he is a cheater, so there was no reason for me to believe that his second concerns notice regarding Apollo Legend was any more trustworthy.
Well, that's your problem now, isn't it? I'm sorry, but Carl, that is your problem. You are making an assumption, and an assumption did you. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. You should have taken both letters seriously. You took the first one seriously, fine. You should have taken the second one seriously.
And I assumed it was completely bogus and an attempt to silence me, just like all of his other actions. A couple of days after I received Billy's concerns notice regarding Apollo Legend, I re-edited my video to add back in my claims regarding the settlement. Again, I believed them to be true, and my efforts to avoid legal action by taking them down had failed. In the pinned comment of Billy's response video, he even said that removing the words or making a retraction would make no difference. Several days after I reinstated my claim, I received an email reply from Apollo Legend's brother. He confirmed that originally Billy...
Hi Carl, sorry for not catching this email sooner. It's been a busy week. Unfortunately, Ben really didn't talk about the lawsuit with Billy much, so I had to look through his files to find information on it since I was curious as well. From what I could tell by reading the settlement dismissal agreement and chats on Discord, there was not any money transferred. Ben really didn't have any money to give, even if Billy had strong-armed him into that situation. At one point, they did try to get him to pay legal fees, which Ben was very upset about. He made it clear that he would not be sending Billy any money. They adjusted the settlement and he owed them nothing. It seems Billy was mostly looking for justice to be done, and that his reputation and image be restored and the negative videos taken down. Okay.
He had tried to get money from Apollo, but this greatly upset Apollo because he simply had no money to give. And ultimately, they adjusted the settlement, and in the final version there was no money transferred. As soon as I received this email, I removed my claim from my video, and it has been gone ever since. After I removed the claim from my video, we responded to Billy's lawyers advising them that the segment was removed and that I would be issuing a retraction. Billy said this was not sufficient, and in the response from Billy's lawyer, they stated that proceedings were necessary. Despite this, I still planned on releasing a retraction, and in my video, The Greatest Feat in Video Game History, I included this segment at the end. Now, before I finish the video, I would like to take this opportunity to correct something that I said in a previous video. Back in May, I talked about the new lawsuits filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. In that video, I made the claim that Apollo Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged. He didn't provide any evidence to back up this claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had. However, I did investigate further, as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made in that video was almost certainly incorrect. I sincerely apologize for providing false information, and no matter what kind of relationship I have with Mitchell, I do not believe that it is ever justified to lie or mislead. Mitchell also claimed that I was accusing him of murder. This is certainly not the case. I do have my opinion regarding the impact of the settlement on Apollo's decision, but ultimately, it was no one's responsibility but his own. The only reason I mentioned it in that video was because I felt like it was important to let you know what happened, as I know many of you enjoyed his videos. My standard...
Okay. He did a Nux tackle. Carl did the Nux tackle thing, where The Nux Taku thing where he made claims against Tiger, Bungo Tiger. He did the Nux thing where he made defamatory statements against somebody, and I'll talk about the Nux Taku thing. Nux basically in a stream with Charlie and Muta said that Bungo Tiger is a very terrible person. And it came out that everything was fabricated. And Nux basically recklessly forwarded defamatory statements. And instead of making a standalone video from start to finish addressing the incident and giving as much awareness and attention to it, Nux randomly retracts it in streams where most people have a high chance of not being able to pick it up. So Nux Taku didn't make the stuff up. As far as I recall, the lies were made by Bungo Tiger's ex-fans and mods, it seems, as some kind of petty revenge. It was very personal. It was a whole list of smears made by Bungo Tiger's ex-friends, allegedly, and Nux Taku took it seriously and said it on stream. Although he also admits he has no idea, he does not really know much about what's happening, but he still said it as if it's a statement of fact. So what Carl Jobs did in this case was something very similar. Very, very, very similar. Let me see. What's the video title again? Where's the video? Okay. The greatest feat in video game history. It's also a very related thing. He should have made it as a standalone retraction video at least. At the very least. But he just put it as a last 3 to 4 minutes commentary, just as a small retraction that most people will probably just completely ignore, instead of making a single standalone video saying I was wrong about Billy on this, and this. He did not do such a thing. He only said it at the very end of a video. And that is often indicative of an insincere apology, an insincere retraction. And that was what people rag on Nux Taku about, rightfully so. It's the same case, it's the same style, it's the same approach. Which is why, to an extent, you can't exactly blame Billy for wanting to keep going on with it.
But it was clear from Billy, even before I made the retraction, that it wasn't going to affect his actions in any way. Then, in September 2021, Billy filed his lawsuit against me. Those are the events that led up to the lawsuit. But if the lawsuit was apparently just about my claim about the Apollo Legends settlement, then why did many people believe that it was about allegations of cheating? There are multiple reasons, and yes, I am one of them, but it wasn't just my YouTube audience who thought that. It was even news outlets. In fact, they were playing segments on national news about how Billy was suing me for cheating.
A bitter war of Donkey Kong has exploded, with controversy over a high score making it all the way to a Queensland courtroom. An American video game champion is suing a Brisbane YouTuber over cheating claims.
And they didn't think that because I told them or because they watch my videos. They ran that story because of the arguments that were being made during the lawsuit and the nature of the pleadings. In Australian defamation, you must look at the entire publication. If I publish a video, Billy doesn't get to just extract a single paragraph and ignore everything else. In the video where I made those claims,
there's one thing you have to understand, Chan, is that it really does not matter. Like I already said back in that whole part about when I talked about defamation and the elements to defamation, it really does not matter whether it's an offhanded statement or not. Even if it was an offhanded statement, if enough people saw it and it is factually false, it caused damage to the person they were talking about, and the person made this factually false statement either deliberately or recklessly. It does not matter whether it's offhand or not. To even make it in a court of law, to even make it mitigating as a mitigating factor in a court of law, creating an entire video retraction to place specific attention into it is a mitigating factor. It may not be a mitigating factor in the finding of defamation, but it might be a mitigating factor for sentencing. So yes, it has to be done. It should be done, in my opinion. Even an offhanded comment.
claims about the Apollo settlement,
Because it's one thing to have an opinion that people do not like. It's one thing for people to have an opinion that is offensive, but it's another thing to make a factually false statement about someone and it caused harm to them. They're two very different things.
I also claimed that Billy was exposed for cheating. I claimed that he was banned for cheating. I said that he abuses the legal system to force people to acknowledge his video game scores. And I said that he expressed joy at the thought of Apollo Legend's death, because he did. I mean, I even showed in that same video text messages where Billy said he would try his hardest not to smile and giggle if Apollo Legend...
But this Australian court. Nate, this is Australian court, so I think there needs to have an element of intent or recklessness. I could be wrong though, correct me if I'm wrong.
was actually dead. So as part of Australia...
So it's a little harder to prove defamation in an Australian court, I think.
In defamation law, there is a concept known as contextual truth, and this was one of my defenses. My defense states that because I made those other claims that both hurt Billy's reputation and were true, Billy was harmed anyway, and the words he complained of didn't harm him any more than he otherwise would have been. And in response to these other claims, Billy denied them all. He denied that he was exposed for cheating, he denied that he was banned by Twin Galaxies, he denied that he abuses the legal system, and he denied that he expressed joy at the thought of Apollo Legend's death. And because he denied those extra claims, the breadth of argument during the lawsuit expanded to include those as well. And the media evidently latched onto the cheating claims, because Billy was denying those, and that was his main reputation. So on one hand, the reason Billy originally sued me was because of Apollo Legend, but on the other hand, because he doesn't get to just isolate that one paragraph and ignore everything else in the video, the cheating allegations, along with other more serious claims, became involved. And ultimately...
Well then, shouldn't you, as a responsible individual, make sure to announce very loudly and vocally to compartmentalize the different claims? Shouldn't you have done that? Shouldn't you have drawn that distinction? And there's a very poor excuse. You lie about 5 things, but you say the truth about 5 things, but you lied about 1. That does not really help your case. Yeah, it's part of Billy Mitchell's legal strategy. I'm quite certain it was, if I had to guess, but the onus was on Carl to minimize the potential damage he would receive. And Carl should have done something about it. Oh, Zero, you're back. We have moved on from the Kersia smear piece to the Carl Jobs incident.
The judge did agree that those other claims were made and that they were substantially true, though in his opinion, they weren't more serious than the claim Billy was suing over, which I personally don't agree with. In my personal opinion, I think expressing joy over Apollo Legends' death is far worse than any implication that the eventual settlement of Billy's $1 million lawsuit against a young YouTuber who had major health issues and no money.
That is not a very good argument in court. Although I empathize with it, I do strongly empathize with the sentiment of it, but that's not something that can be made in court. You made a statement of fact. You made a statement of fact that as a result of the lawsuit settlement and Billy Mitchell through the pressures of Billy Mitchell, Apollo Legend is no longer around and alive. That is the part that the court will focus on. Your statement of fact. They don't care about your feelings for making that statement of fact. The court only cares that you made it and you intended to make it. It is harsh, but it is true. So, Cal, I don't know what to say about that. That's not a very good excuse. The courts are very rigid in this type of way. They only care about the law and they only care about the facts. They don't care about they often do not care about the reasons behind the facts unless the reason itself is the intention. That's all.
And who was just expressing the truth might have contributed in some way to his decision to end his life. After Billy filed his lawsuit, I released a video in September 2021 titled I'm Being Sued and Cancelled, where I announced that I was officially being sued. In that video, I specifically state that I'm not going to talk about what the lawsuit was about. Normally, I'd give you a full breakdown of this kind of thing, but because this one involves me, I'm going to keep my cards a lot closer to my chest. What I will tell you is that I am being sued for defamation, and the amount of damages being sought is $450,000. I will definitely be giving you updates as we go, but I don't want to give out too many details or strategies before I use them in court. After this, I didn't talk about my lawsuit at all for over a year. And during this time, news outlets were posting articles about how Billy was suing me for cheating. Again, this wasn't because I said this. I wasn't even talking about my lawsuit at all. These articles were being written because reporters were reading the court documents where these issues were being argued. And I wasn't going to go out of my way to draw attention away from the cheating allegations either. Part of my defense was that Billy, more than anything else, has a reputation as a cheater. And when you think about Billy Mitchell, people don't think about that one brief claim I made in a video in 2021 and then retracted. They just associate him with cheating and abusing the legal system. The fact that so many people didn't even know about the Apollo Legends settlement claim is evident of that. Then in 2022, Billy sent me a third concerns notice because of a video I released in April regarding one of Billy's witnesses accusing him of extortion. And he followed that up with another lawsuit, of which he sent to my lawyers and told them he was going to file it against me. And then he sent me a fourth concerns notice, saying he intended to sue me because I put a 10-second AVGN meme in a video completely unrelated to Billy. Billy was now threatening me with 3 simultaneous lawsuits. The first one had already cost $200,000 in the first year alone. So if Billy filed the second and third lawsuits, there was no way I could afford to defend myself. I had Billy Mitchell, the guy who had already sued multiple people for exposing his cheating and who had already sued me once before, telling me he was going to sue me 2 more times, and the reasons were insane. They were obvious abuses of the legal system. I felt I had no choice but to create a GoFundMe, and I advertised it in a video called "Billy Mitchell has gone insane and I need your help." In that video, I clearly explain what is happening and why I'm creating the GoFundMe. Every single word I said in that video was true, and all of this is explained in the video. I understand that this was several years ago, so I don't blame anyone for not remembering the video or why I created the GoFundMe, but it wasn't in response to the first lawsuit that ultimately went to trial. It was because of Billy's constant legal threats against me, most of them having nothing to do with the Polo legend. This video got a lot of attention at the time. Even Moist Critical made a video about it.
This is one of the most baffling reasons for a lawsuit I think I've probably ever heard in general. Now, as I understand it, the second lawsuit hasn't been fully filed yet. Right now it is still in the letter of intent stage, where they are intending to sue Carl and have sent him the documents to indicate such, but it looks like it is going to be sent in the coming days.
And the GoFundMe raised 150,000 Australian dollars immediately. If anyone came away from that video thinking that Billy was suing me for saying he cheated, it's because he had started the process for doing exactly that, on top of everything else. Ultimately, these extra actions never made it all the way to trial, but there was no way for me to know that at the time. And it was possibly even because of the success of the GoFundMe that Billy ended up backing down. People are now using the fact that Billy didn't go all the way through with his threats to say that the GoFundMe was a scam. But I was just responding to actions taken by Billy and protecting myself. And the money was used exactly for the purposes that I said it would be, which was to help cover legal fees. This narrative that this whole thing was only ever about Apollo legend, which ironically is a narrative that started with Billy Mitchell, is completely false. And if that were the case, Billy would not have taken action against me on 4 separate occasions, with 3 of those having nothing to do with Apollo legend. That is why I never thought this whole thing was actually about Apollo legend. I had been threatened.
It is still your responsibility to read everything properly. Legal actions are not fair. The law is lawsuits are often not. The lawsuits do not reward laziness. They do not reward complacency, and they do not reward assumptions. That's one thing that people have to understand about the law in its entirety. When you get legal documents, you read start to finish. It is painful. I understand that. And I hate that. I hate reading this type of legal documents, but that is very, very important. You can't just say, "Oh, my mistake, I completely missed this." That is why you have a lawyer, Kyle. And that's why you have to keep paying them extra money to make sure they caught every single thing. Real driver, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm getting confused. Chad, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. What is this about a bot? What the heck is going on? Real driver, are you a bot? What? You're... It's very odd. Oh, I just think it's a very odd thing to say. Ah well, if the bot harms nobody, it's fine. If it's a bot and he harms no one, I'm fine with him.
Threatened and was dealing with so many actions from Billy that were related to cheating that from my perspective this Apollo Legend lawsuit was just Billy trying to capitalize on a mistake I made. But wrong or right, I was under the impression that Billy was suing me because they kept talking about his cheating and
I guess this is Carl's response towards his audience and the people who donated to him. So I guess in that regards, he has the right to explain it to them.
talking about him in a negative light in general. Otherwise, those other actions made no sense whatsoever. It was clear to me that his goal was just to silence me, especially when it came to the Apollo Legend claim, as I had already removed the words and made a retraction. The only other time I mentioned the GoFundMe was at the end of a video I released in August of 2023, where, ironically, I was responding to Billy saying that my
No, you can just keep chatting, real driver. You can just keep chatting, real driver, as long as you are having fun. I don't mind. Just my brain is about to short circuit as well.
GoFundMe was a scam. However, in this video, I allow Billy to fully explain why he is suing me, and
I am just a bit paranoid when it comes to bots nowadays. If you're not a bot, it's fine. It's completely fine. Because it was that whole part when you said something about running chat boys, that kind of got me a little on edge. So, and it was all caps too. Please don't scare me next time, okay? Real driver, please don't scare me next time.
even say myself that the lawsuit relates to Apollo Legend.
Okay, but time went on, and eventually, without a single source, except a now deleted post on Reddit, was his only source.
Anyway, real driver, I think other than that is the first time you're commenting here, right? And welcome to the chat room officially. Nice that you're chatting. And please don't mind me, it's probably my fault. My brain is about to short circuit and maybe I just got paranoid for a moment. So please don't mind me.
He blamed me.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm embarrassing myself in front of the lurkers. Yeah, please don't mind me. I'm embarrassing myself in front of everyone. Rena, can you shut up? Rena, can you shut up?
For taking the life of another human being and for what I did to him. And I said, that's it.
Billy Mitchell is referring to the YouTuber Apollo Legend, who tragically took his own life in December of 2020. I won't go into specifics about this particular point because it does relate to his ongoing lawsuit against me. Of course, I do pick apart a lot of Billy's lies, and I deny that I actually said Billy took Apollo Legend's life, because I didn't, but I wasn't trying to hide the fact that the lawsuit was related to Apollo Legend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even made this video or say directly that it was. And of course, I do also say that the allegations of cheating are relevant, because they were being argued as well. After I promoted the GoFundMe in this video, it quickly reached $200,000, at which time I closed it and stopped accepting donations, which was almost a year before we went to trial. So throughout 2024, as I began talking about the trial more and more, the GoFundMe was already closed and I wasn't accepting money from the public. I have seen people point to the description of the GoFundMe and say that it didn't provide enough information or exact details about what the lawsuits and threats were about, and in that regard, I totally understand if people think that was bad practice or an issue. I can only apologize and say that I didn't give the description much thought. As I said, I only mentioned or linked to the GoFundMe in 2 videos outlining things in much more detail, which I assumed people had already watched. Though if I knew the description should have included everything, I would have absolutely no problem doing just that. The fact that so many people got upset or felt misled after the judge's decision and I lost the lawsuit came as a huge shock to me. There was a lot of reporting being done around the time of the trial, and no backlash occurred then, when it was also very clear what the trial was about. And I've had many people tell me they always knew exactly what the lawsuit was about and they don't feel misled. So it would be very easy for me just to claim that people are only upset because I lost and Billy won, which is not the outcome everyone wanted. But I don't think that's entirely true either. I never said that Billy Mitchell sued me for cheating, but I also did not repeat or draw attention to the original claim that got me in trouble, nor...
Yeah, that's your mistake. You know, when it comes to getting donations from people, as in literally asking people to directly donate to you, an active call for donations, you need to be transparent with people. And mistakes like this, even if you did not intend it to be so, optics is a big thing. But the problem is that we all have to be very mindful of optics.
Or did I constantly
It is very, very easy to say the wrong thing when you don't intend to. And it's going to ruin your optics for sometimes a very long time.
Remind people that the lawsuit related to Apollo Legend. Not because I was trying to scam anybody or mislead people, but because I believed it would have been detrimental to my case. I was very happy to talk publicly about Billy threatening to sue me for calling him a cheater, and go into detail about how much of a cheater he is, because all of that is true. Despite the fact that he had threatened me multiple times for calling him a cheater, I was not afraid to continue making that claim. And I was happy to discuss his cheating even when it related to my currently ongoing lawsuit, because it was one of my defenses. When it came to Apollo Legend, this was a different story. I made a claim that included information that was not true. I didn't accuse Billy of murdering Apollo or causing his death, so I don't think I should have lost the lawsuit, but at the end of the day, I said something that was not accurate, which I admitted to and corrected years ago. And I was never going to repeat it because the internet doesn't work like we want it to work. If I drew more attention to Billy's claims about what I said, more people would have repeated it, and it would have been used against me in court. For example, Billy's team crawled through thousands and thousands of comments on Too Moist critical videos about Billy Mitchell, which were released years after my video. They found a handful of comments that related to Apollo Legend, and then without any causal link, claimed that they were a direct result of my video. Even though there was no mention of me or my channel, and we don't know who these people are or why they are making these comments, the judge ruled that I'm responsible. Essentially, it didn't seem to matter if people may have come to this conclusion independently, and it didn't seem to matter if there was no evidence linking their conclusion to my original video. The blame for every single comment was entirely placed upon me. The judge even flat out stated that no comments of this nature were ever made before my video. And not only is this one of the reasons the damages might have been so high, but it seemed to be used as proof that every comment was because of my original video. But I disagree with this statement.
But, I mean, how can you exactly disagree with this statement though? But for the existence of your video talking about this specific topic, likely no one would have made such a big would be parroting this view. It is unfortunate that things turn out the way it did, but you cannot deny on a factual basis that because of your video expose on Billy Mitchell, and especially you bringing to attention that specific incident concerning Apollo Legend and Billy Mitchell, the people on the internet would not have amplified that message.
As there were plenty of comments well before my video ever came out saying that Billy was responsible, so you can see how dangerous even mentioning Apollo Legend would have been. That was my reasoning for not repeatedly bringing up Apollo Legend, though evidently my behavior of talking about the lawsuit so many times without reminding people explicitly what it was about led to many people being confused. And if you're one of those people, I sincerely apologize. I just hope that you can consider that it was not done intentionally to mislead you or for nefarious purposes. I also made the mistake of reposting news articles covering my lawsuit, because all of the reporting that was done before the trial focused on the
Yeah, you can draw that technicality. There are other people who said the same thing before you said it, but again, that's where platforms come in, I guess. If you have a big platform and you are regurgitating something that someone else said, it is on you. If it ever makes it into a court of law. This is why it is so important to always say things like, in my opinion, I think, I guess, I speculate. It is so important to say all these words. For your sake. For everyone's sake. You do not make statements of fact that you are not able to prove.
cheating allegations, and that wasn't the full story. As I said,
It doesn't matter if you're the first person to actually make that statement of fact, or the second, or the third, or the fourth. If you making that statement, regardless of whether you're the first person to make it or not, has the most traction out of every other person who said it, you are the one who is most likely to be sued. If the person who was damaged from your statement of fact is willing to sue.
before, I had so many threats regarding the cheating allegations that I believed Billy's true motivations were to shut me up about the cheating videos. And the lawsuit did actually involve Billy denying those cheating allegations ever happened. However, I should have made it more clear that the lawsuit wasn't mainly about cheating. I just didn't know how to do that without jeopardizing my defense. And I also carelessly assumed most people already knew what the lawsuit was about anyway, because I had said it in one of my videos. If I truly understood the impact my actions would later have on people, I would have been much more careful. Obviously, in hindsight, it may have been better to not talk about the lawsuit at all, but I'm not sure if that was ever going to happen. It's just not in my nature, and this was the biggest thing impacting my life and this channel for multiple years, so of course I felt compelled to talk about it.
Oh, Zephyr, you assembled a mobile suit. Are you going to paint it? Are you going to use the black pen to draw lines, or are you just going to rely on stickers? That's it. Just stickers?
I should have just found a way to be more transparent if I were to discuss it, and I can understand fully if you are disappointed in my actions, especially if you donated to the GoFundMe. If you weren't really following the trial closely and don't have much information about what happened during it, and all you're currently reading is news about the judgment or drama videos saying that I lied about everything, I'd suggest remaining skeptical for the time being. I will wait until the dust settles before...
Oh wow, okay. Looks like Carl Jobs took Smash JT's video very personally. Well, I can't. Well, Smash JT was being very, very harsh to him. I can't be helped, I guess.
Discussing what happened during trial in more detail, but at some point I definitely will, and hopefully at that point you will have a better understanding about why I was so confident I would win. And it's also possible that you might even agree that this judgment is simply crazy once you have all of the details. I will say one thing though, the judge found Billy Mitchell to be a credible witness, and essentially accepted his full oral testimony as fact, despite our many attempts to show that Billy is a liar. For example, we have Billy on video in 2023 during his
That's not how it works.
Twin
Wait,
Galaxies
let me just
deposition,
finish.
saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal.
Did the actions that Carl Jobson, David Race, and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this,
Why?
because this is where it all began.
However, during my trial, he claimed the exact opposite, and said that I basically ruined his life. And the judge completely disregarded his previous statements and accepted what he said at my trial at face value. And this is just one example of many times that this happened. And if you've watched any of my videos on Billy Mitchell in the past, especially those in regards to his deposition, you will start to realize that this judgment might not be based on truthful evidence.
And Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this.
Why?
That is minimal compared to this. This was what he says. I'm not going to be against Carl and I'm not going to be against Billy because I don't know them all too well other than what they do. But that is an important word that you have to listen to. Rewind and hear again.
Is minimal.
Did the actions that Carl Jobson, David Race, and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this.
Why?
That is minimal compared to this. There is a material difference between saying the damage is minimal versus the damage is minimal compared to this. I know it's a pain. It's a pain, but this is how judges and lawyers pinpoint words and language. It is very important you listen to everything that every person says very closely, because the words can, in a court of law, the words can very easily go against you or go for you. And in this case, it is enough vagueness and is enough qualification to not render what Billy said in court to be perjury. It is minimal compared to this. So let's say, for instance, let's say someone caused a lot of damage. A bunch of people cause a lot of damage to your house. Let's say that, okay? You cause a lot of damage to your house. Something a little different. I want a stylized example. Okay, rob. Let's say rob money. There are two different robbers. One person robbed. One robber robbed $1 million, let's say. And then another person robbed $1 billion. In the grand scheme of things, those are a lot of money being robbed. But if you're talking about the net losses, the person who robbed $1 billion is way more. The person who robbed $1 million is minimal compared to the person who robbed $1 billion. It's kind of a silly-ish example, but I'm just trying to express a specific point. And the word compared is very important.
Why?
Because this is where it all began.
However, during my trial, he claimed the exact opposite, and said that I basically ruined his life. And the judge completely disregarded his previous statements and accepted what he said at my trial at face value. And this is just...
Where's the quote, Carol? We already have the full excerpt of the judges of the trial case in written form. If you want us to believe you completely, you have to link the quote from the case itself, from the case law itself, that Billy Mitchell actually said that part.
One example of many times that this happened. And if you've watched any of my videos on Billy Mitchell in the past, especially those in regards...
I don't know much about Billy Mitchell, but I guess I'll take your word for it that it's sad that Billy Mitchell is deemed a credible witness, but I guess he is.
To his deposition, you will start to realize that this judgment might not be based on truthful evidence. But again,
that is a very... well, you say might, but it's still quite a... You're throwing a lot of shade at your country's justice system, and... well, I guess you have the right to do so. Let's see whether the appeal yields a positive outcome for you or not.
I won't go into much detail until the very end. There are so many lies being spread right now that it's insane. I can totally understand people making fun of me because I lost and because of how cocky I was, and I can understand if people are upset because I wasn't transparent enough and they had the wrong idea about the lawsuit. And I can appreciate people are angry because I lost. I made a ton of mistakes, and I am a great example of what not to do when you're being sued. And ultimately, I am the one that will also need to pay the biggest price. In certain areas, I'm just an idiot, and I have a habit of saying things that rub people the wrong way. Of course, if I could go back and do things differently, I would. But some other things people are saying about me are just crazy and appear to me to be completely in bad faith.
To be fair, Mark Knife, to be fair, the government is very different from the court. The judges basically do their own little thing, while the government is virtually powerless against most of the judges. The only problem is that the government is allowed to get away with things. Well, this is the case in most countries. The government is often allowed to get away with a lot of things when the people who are affected by the government action do not have the willingness or the ability to sue. But if they do have the ability and the willingness to sue, the courts, for most parts, will not care whether the defendant is the government or not.
Like, people are spreading this screenshot long after the trial had finished and using it to try and claim that I used AI in my defense or as part of my strategy, when all this is me and some friends having some fun and seeing what AI would say. Many people are taking advantage of the worst experience of my life to go...
Yeah, that's a bit off the cuff, using something like that as some kind of an indictment. A bit off the cuff, yeah.
Go after me for things that are just outrageous. And it sucks because on one hand I want to defend myself, but on the other hand I totally agree that I made a lot of mistakes. I said things publicly I shouldn't have said that...
And this is why it's actually very important, Yokai1235, this is why it's very important that there are lawyers who actually have some shred of humanity. Because there are some cases where the lawyers actually take a stand against the government on principle. And what I mean on principle is that they have chosen to represent a group of oppressed everyday people against the government completely free. So basically is basically the whole Joker part. It's not about the money, it's about the message. But in this is a group of basically very passionate lawyers. It needs to happen more often for sure. Otherwise, yeah, you're fighting an uphill battle if you fight the government in court.
that made me look bad. So I do deserve to be called out for those things. But other things are just flat out wrong or just complete lies. And if I spend too much time debunking lies, it will come across as if I think I bear no responsibility for what happened, which is not the case. So I won't. I'll just say that I hope reasonable people can understand that out of context screenshots may not be indicative of what is really going on or how I really feel. This experience has been extremely painful. However, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's been a huge wake-up call, and there are many lessons for me to learn. So assuming I do adequate self-reflection and I grow from this, I think it will ultimately be good for this channel. I'm more motivated than ever to move on and focus on producing good content and keeping myself out of trouble. So if you never really cared about this Billy Mitchell stuff and just want to watch some entertaining YouTube videos on cheating and speedrunning, this will be great news for you. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported me for the past few years. I can assure you that you...
Okay, I've watched it. Well, what else can I say other than let's see what happens to the appeal over the year. It is going to be a long track for Carl, but let's see if he ends up being on the right path. Let's see if the higher courts agree with his statement. And unfortunately, things will not it will take at least a while before things can even resemble normalcy for Carl. This incident has been quite a substantial credibility hit for him. Oh boy. Oh, gonna be the energy back. But I don't think 4 hours straight of talking. Four hours straight of talking. I am done. I am so done. It has been an intense session. It hasn't been an intense stream. A little more intense than I would have liked. I would have wanted to take like an extra hour or so to just stream a game, but I don't think I am in the physical and mental condition to do that right now. So with that out of the way, what I will do right now is to just have a bit of housekeeping, because now the stream is about to conclude for the week. Hold on, let me have a look. Wrong. Reminder. I have broken my promise. This stream has gone longer than 4 hours. But again, a reminder. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The usual times for April. And next week will be the last week of April streams, I think. And a bit of a fair warning, but I will give you all a proper briefing next week. I'll give you a proper briefing next week of what May will be like. What May will be like. But for now, Monday will be the 28th. I think it will be the 28th, and I am right. Monday will be the 28th, and it will be it's a high likelihood the schedule will change from May. There is a very high likelihood. I am predicting May is going to be a very busy month for me in real life. And I will see how many days I can leave for the stream. But there is a chance it may not be a 3-day stream per week. I will try to make it at least 2, however. At least two. At least two a week. Okay? But on the bright side, there's still 1 more week of April streams, and I will see you all next week. But let me see. Next week, Monday the 28th, I am likely going to have a bit of a game, just playing games. You'll just be playing games with a few VTubers that I usually play games with. Okay? So it's like a informal collab. Very informal. It will hopefully be a scary game. But I hope everything works perfectly fine. Okay? So same time next week. Same time next week as this week. But what I will do is... What? Rena, please shut up. Rena, please shut up. Rena, are you gonna shut up now? Okay. Okay. Let me have a look at something. Let me try something. Shame. No one to raid. There is no one to raid. Oh wait, there is someone to raid. Okay, I'm gonna try and do something. Do you want to raid somebody? Lucas, do you want to raid somebody? There is a VTuber that I have been watching off and on. I don't know how to raid someone on YouTube. So I'm going to basically brute force it. Okay? There is another VTuber who streams on YouTube, and if you all want to join in on it after my stream ends, you're free to do so. I'm going to go visit them too. I don't know how to redirect it. It's kind of hard. There's actually a YouTube how to raid in YouTube. It's so... I saw it. It's so convoluted. So what I will do is I'm going to just brute force it. I'm going to pin the next place. Okay? So with that out of the way, everyone, you can start to leave right now, okay? I'm going to leave this stream for a while on so that the chat can read everything before I end it. But just tell them Banmin sent you. Okay? And with that out of the way, I'll see you all next week, same time. See you, Lurkers, and I'll talk to you all one day. One of the next week, okay? See you. Oh.